thing. You better hope that light isn't like shining at 9 p.m. or something.
You're hurting my feelings. I might die. So I don't know. I'm kind of starting this now. Close this. But it's gonna be, if I do die a painful death, smile. I hope you put me out of my misery. Or if I'm dying a painful death, just put me out of my misery.
While streaming. Oh,
Yes,
let's
yes,
get on the list.
By the way, I couldn't find like perfect arts for everything, so don't blame me.
What the fuck are these odds?
I couldn't find something that matched all of them. I need Mr. Rolls back. No, you don't. But I'll be describing these characters anyway, so it's kind of like, it's fine, Smile. So does Vosh not have his rolls?
I gave him homies.
Yeah, like, isn't that all he needs? Unless he wants us to give us, like, I'll give you Chris Handsome back if you want.
Oh, are you talking about the not safe for work, Vosh? I don't know what you want. Tell me what you want, so I'll give it to you.
Does he actually want to go back to not safe for work? Like, what the fuck?
I have no idea.
Do you guys still post in there? I want more power. So maybe you may have to suck on Toad's toes. There we go.
Toad's toes. Oh, and now I think about it. You didn't include the outer Espadas.
The Previon? Do you want me to?
No, I mean like Luffy, Neliel, like the previous ones.
So those,
because they still compare in power, right?
They do, but I don't want to add them here. If anything, this is more of like the Espadas that we know during the Wakamundo arc. Or, because I want to, the only reason I included Sile is because he's kind of iffy, especially with what he did to keep himself alive.
Like for me, it's like, so you're separating Zal and Cien.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's, I mean, I can include Hollybell and Loopy if you want, but Loopy, especially what he's revealed to do in camp.
Loopy is the shafted one, like, you know, going from your previous list.
So Loopy surprisingly can hold up against Grimmjow, which is, I mean, I don't like the character, but it's canon. It's fucking canon.
I think Loopy is weaker than Grimmjow, but I feel like Loopy was like closest thing to next to being a Cesta, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what it was.
I can definitely add them. Let me join VC. No.
I mean, I wouldn't mind Vosh being in here. I don't care.
Hell no. Hell no. But like, I mean, I already know where Nell kind of is, so can I add them in here right now? How do you? You know what? Just for you, Samil.
So this is right now, right? At the end of the series, what you wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be fun to put Nell and Luffy in it just to see where they might rank, right?
Okay, give me a sec. Let me just remake this real quick then. It's not gonna take that long. Probably take a second. Bleach. It's been months, and haven't we been chilling in like Discord for a while? Like, not Discord, the boxing ring, a couple times.
I love how Yulik is being like this, but oh well, it is what it is, right?
Hey, don't hate on me. I did nothing.
It's fine, Yulik.
I'm scared to look at Bleach art. I'm scared to look at Loopy artworks, to be honest with you.
You just need that tentacle shit. That's all you need for this regular thing.
Like, what the fuck, dude? What is this? Who the fuck makes this?
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, it's a concept. I don't think I want to give a Hogyoku to Luffy, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's a gift. Yeah, Luffy does not have any artworks that I can properly use. What the fuck? He's not lights. Like, what the fuck? He's kind of like... Why am I even including him on this list? You know what? Let's just use this then. I think this will work. It doesn't work. I fucking knew it.
Just find a picture of a cut out penis or something and just use it as Luffy's replacement.
Can I use this? Nope, can't use this either. Wow, he is hated. He is actually hated. Holy shit.
Aw, why are you being so mean to our tentacle boy?
Please don't tell me you actually like him.
No, I don't.
Thank God.
Only thing I like about him is how he almost pierced Rangiku. That was a funny thing to me.
Okay, I found something that works. That kind of weird. Also, why you gotta say it like that? Stark is stronger, Espada, because he's...
I think strongest.
Oh.
I think he just mistyped.
Give me a sec.
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Buddy, 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 buddy. Ding,
edit. Can I delete these? Shit.
Bow, bow, bow.
How? What the fuck, dude?
It's really funny because Dress Espada both are pretty nice. Both of the Cesta are pretty met to me.
Hey, what's up, Tenshi?
Hello, hello! We're just gonna try to rank the Espadas in Bleach, like right now. I guess at the end of the story. Oh, I hope the calendar comes out well.
For the Bleach calendar art? Yeah.
Yeah, I did order one.
Oh, the fuck? Huh. The fact that Smile has access to all this, god damn it, hurts my feelings.
I mean, you could still buy it like super overpriced on eBay.
Hey,
Yes,
I don't.
Yes, Briss, we have the black screen because Yulik is currently under construction. Yes, yes.
Yes, because I had to make some changes. Why did I put this here? Oh yeah, do this.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
And
I still think Neliel is definitely stronger than Zomari though, if anything. Can we just put Zomari at the lowest tier? Can we just do that?
You want to?
That would be funny. Not gonna lie, I like Aroniro way better than Zomari. God damn.
Why do people hate Zomari, Smile?
He was a random as preacher that had pretty weak ability in my opinion.
So all I remember.
Give
me a sec, Briss. Oh yeah, what's up, Briss? Give me a second. Did you watch new animes? Yes.
I've been just watching basically everything that came out.
Yeah,
especially this is nice. This season's pretty nice.
Man, you just saying that because of skeletons.
No. It's because of most of the sequels that you can't watch, Yulik, because you haven't watched
Hey.
the previous one.
I did nothing. I did nothing.
So, watch Spy X Family, if you're wondering.
Spy X
I've
Family
read
was nice,
until the
surprisingly.
recent chapter. First episode wasn't too great, in my opinion, but I know it's great, so I'm just waiting for the mom to show up.
Small X's mom's.
So this mom is she a virgin? Yeah, she's a virgin. Holy fuck! Now I think about it.
0. Pretty sure Yami is
I'm
weaker.
pretty sure she's gonna be Yulik's favorite character,
Uh,
especially if you read the manga. You know what I'm talking about.
I plead the fifth. I plead the fucking fifth. You
I
ain't
don't
proving
want to
shit
spoil
here.
anything, but there's so many funny shit about her.
Hey, no proof. No
Do you want
proof.
me to show proof? I can send you manga panels.
No proof.
That will make you
There is literally no proof.
Do you want me to? I can. Well, that
no.
means I would have to spoil you. Do you? Can I have your consent?
I'm gonna go back to the fucking discussion of current espadas who are strong, like, because we're basing this off Thousand Blower, right? At the very least, like with the Quincy's. I don't know about
Wait,
like Ikamiki Domo events, especially like Camp for Your World.
Okay, I think Thousand Year Blood War is probably better because more
like,
people read it.
Well, it's not just more people. There's more characters we can compare the espadas to, like Quincy's especially. Whereas Camp for Your World, it's like Tokinata, Aura, like some of the like they're strong, but like we don't really know like how strong they really are, because they don't like, especially with like Aura, like one of the best things she did was like she got the drop on Kisuke, but Kisuke wasn't really trying. Tokinata kind of iffy, and Ikamiki Domoi kind of up and down. And then you got freaking Hikone.
I think like he just got nerfed. He lost his true name. That's the whole point of him.
Hikone is also like an iffy one as well. So I think like the Quincy's versus Espadas would be a little more like, that's what I would understand. Like if we were to compare these characters. Because like War Arc was kind of nice, and I can kind of like explain who can beat who with the Espadas and Quincy's better than can Baragon beat Ikamiki Domoi. Like, no, I don't know how that fight would go again.
Thousand Year Blood War wise, only think we can go off of the Askin fight, and just this whole fact that Yua went out of his way to like defeat him.
Yeah,
like a little fly. That's literally it.
But one of the first characters we're gonna start off with, I mean, should I just put them where I feel like they are first, and then we can discuss it, or do you want to discuss it first?
I think it'll be just better if you yourself first as you go.
Because like obviously Arniero going to the B rank, like not only based off his ranking, but like what he's shown.
This is his strength, the like combat strength.
Combat like, strength. And because like we're trying to prove if they can go higher than where they are, like how Arniero can fight like some of the Quincy's. I don't see him beating a lot, especially with one of his big weaknesses being like light, or sunlight. And I don't know if he can be like some of the Quincy's, to be honest. I don't even know if he can absorb their abilities and add it to his own. He didn't even show off like a lot of hollow abilities. He only showed off Kaien's ability that he absorbed. So I don't.
Wasn't it Zanpakuto and hollow abilities that he could absorb?
Yes, but we don't know if he can absorb Quincy abilities. Actually, I don't think he could absorb. Yeah, I mean, even though he's poisonous to Quincy's, I don't know if he can take their abilities. Also, like the other thing being like, we don't know what other abilities he has. He only showed off Kaien's ability. He showed the big tentacle form. He's a big fucking target at that point. Let's be honest. So, you know, let's just say like someone like Bambi, right, could just bombard him with attacks, like, and he can't do shit. And his biggest weakness is being sunlight. Like, if someone like Holly was just to destroy like the entire canopy, or something, or like he's stuck indoors, right? Like if Bambietta just fucking blew the roof off everything, right? He's fucking done. If they're fighting in daylight or daytime, he has too many weaknesses for me to put him any higher, and
he's such a tragic character.
Yeah, he's number 9.
He's such a tragic character.
Yeah, Camp Fear or like the original design for the Beyond Resurrection, he got like he's immune to like he no longer has that weakness of sunlight, which is cool, but like that's not canon. That's just
Yeah, this cool little Hogyoku infusion. Yes,
yeah, but that's like, but it also brings up like, yeah, if he didn't have that weakness, he would be a stronger character. Like, holy crap! And one of his other big weaknesses being like that fucking dome. Like, if you destroy it, he's fucking done. Like the dome on his head. Like he can't take a punch to the face. Like what the fuck? Like everybody else on this list can like take a punch to the face and not like suffer, crazy amounts of damage. Like if you hit him in the face and crack that fucking dome, he's done. Arniero lost. So, and he's not the fastest Espada as well, which is the other big issue here. Like the other Espadas have abilities that could, in my opinion, beat him. If he showed off those 30,000 hollows that he absorbed, like each one's ability, maybe he could be higher on this list in terms of hacks. But he hasn't shown anything that surpasses Baragon's ability, or let's just say even Xylapro, like an Espada one rank above him. Xylapro showed more than what Arniero had.
All I'm gonna say is that I blame Rukia for this.
I mean, the fact that Rukia got the drop on him is also like another sad thing. I mean, I love Rukia, but like she wasn't even lieutenant level at that point in time.
The reason why he got off guard is because Rukia was too weak at that point, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why Arniero, at least on screen time, got shafted so hard. It's kind of hilarious to me. I blame Rukia, man. It's your fucking waifu. Deal with it.
Shut up. You can't blame her. Xylapro, though, I'm not gonna lie. He is interesting, right? Like he has a couple abilities. He has the smarts. He's a scientist. Like kind of like we've seen like how big brains like Mayuri and Kisuke were helpful in the war. So I'm not just basing this off like power level. I'm also basing this off like how useful they can be. And surprisingly, I wouldn't be. I'm not hesitant to put him at S. Like to be honest, he's not like I feel like he could have been useful. Like not just in the scientific department, but also in battle. Like he has a couple different abilities that would make him useful. Like one of my, I know a lot of people downplay this one. Like the ability to copy like his opponents, like with the ink, and make multiple copies of them, and just let that just be his thing for a while, not do anything. Especially in a war situation, that is kind of helpful in terms of like controlling big crowds. Then, I mean, he can resurrect himself as well, correct?
Well, I'm confused. Are we just talking about just overall combat? Because I was thinking more like
spiritual pressure,
like 1v1 against specific Espadas, but like you just want like general overall.
General, yeah. I mean, fighting the Espadas. Because from what
if you want general, that's fine, but like that just changes a couple of the rankings. That's why.
Couple of the rankings.
Yeah, because let's say Zal goes against like someone, right? 1v1. Yeah, most likely Zal will lose, right? That's what I'm trying to say. But with like general combat ability wise, like what you just said about the cloning thing. Yeah, I mean that's a cool ability, right? Really good ability at that. So yeah.
Dude can resurrect himself. Even actually, let's go back to that real quick. Like if he was to fight like any other Espada, I don't see him beating Zomari. Like I don't see Zomari beating Styles, surprisingly. I don't know why.
The thing about Zal, the resurrecting thing needs a body though.
Yeah.
It needs a host. So if it's 1v1, he can't really use that unless he does it, you know?
But not just that as well, but he also has like his are they his fracciones? Like the little creations that he made, the Rancars, not Rancars, the hollows.
So that's what I was talking about overall general versus 1v1. Because 1v1 would not include those Rexiosins, right?
Are you
It
sure?
would be just Zal.
Well,
Yeah.
it
Because
is a part of his
they are
arsenal
not
technically.
Zal's ability. It's not Zal's ability that
It's not
creates
Zal-
them. It's
I guess.
he modified them to fight for him like a pawn pieces. That's what I was trying to.
So, could we don't actually know. I can't include Hell Arc, potentially Sile in this. Because
I mean, didn't we say 1,000-year blow war?
Thousand Year Blow War.
Well,
Well, 1,000-year blow war opponents, like where we can possibly scale them to.
This Hell Arc, I think Zal gets a lot of pluses just because he's in Hell.
Yep. So Zomari, like, who's the one above him, who is one of the things that Zomari shows off is speed, right? Like just the speed. Yeah, like, and he moves so fast that he can make clones of himself, but we've seen other Espadas that are potentially faster than him, which makes me question his whole thing of like, I am the fastest Espada. Like, yes, the ability to clone himself with how fast he was cool, but
well, it's not a clone, it's after image.
Yeah, it's an after
It's
image.
literally after image.
Like I mean, they move kind of clone like an after image, like,
No, like,
I just
like you can do the slices within that steps, right? Like how many was it, 3 or 4? I forget how many you can do.
I think he made like 3 or 4. Yeah, no, I think it was like 4 because Byaku was like attacked from all sides when Zomari was showing that off.
That's how fast he's moving, basically, like to make it your opponent think that there's 4 of him.
So is
Not
there?
necessarily-
I can imagine him dodging like the little ink thing that Sal did, but would that be fast enough to avoid all of Sal's other abilities? You think?
See, that's why I thought that Zomari 1v1 could potentially just win Zal, right? You could avoid all this. But you were talking about in like overall usefulness too.
Yeah.
Which I think Zal does have a lot of versatility in his
versatility, knowledge, combat wise. Even like, say in this situation, say if Sal like got a little bit of prep time, I feel like he could be able to beat Zomari, if I'm being honest. Zomari is kind of like, he believes in his strengths so much so that he doesn't feel like he has to prepare for anything. So that's why I question, like, why is Zomari above Sal? Like, at all?
Oh, that's so he also kind of has a hacks that was just foiled by Byaku, right?
Yeah.
Control.
But I feel like, would that work against Sal though?
Oh yeah, most likely.
Think so?
So it worked on, basically it's wherever it hits, right?
Yep.
Only downside is that you can actually block it with other shit.
Yep. Which Sal has a whole bunch of random stuff in his arsenal, to be honest. And then there's also like the other thing of like, can Sal like entrap Zomari in the little you know how he makes the little dolls? But yeah, the little doll thing.
You need to catch him off guard first. Remember how he had to suck in Renji first with his tentacle flower shit?
Do you think Zal can mind play Zomari to like get him to drop his guard?
From what I've seen of Zal, that's the problem with him. He has a really good ability, but he's stationary, right? He doesn't move around too much. Zomari has mobility. That's why I put Zomari above Zal in 1v1. So most of Zal's attacks, Zomari can easily just evade, from what I've seen at least, right? So that's what I was asking about 1v1 versus overall combat ability. Because Zal will work great against like a lot of enemies, you know?
Because like in say 1,000 Bow where we put Sal in there, right? Potentially as on a wrong card that came back. How many Quincy's do you think he could go up against? Like Sternritter wise? A good chunk of them, or
not too many.
Okay, let's look at like some of the big names that people like. Like, do you think he can beat Asnod?
The fear factor, huh?
Yeah.
Well, but what we're gonna go off with before, right? Like, you should probably rank these, but like, if you go with all the Sternritter, that's gonna take forever. That's
So let's just I guess we should come up with like one kind of fair Stern Ritter to rank all of them. Askin is too much. I'm sorry, Smile. Askin is too much. As much as I want to use
So
him.
to me, Askin, even Grimjaw cannot 1v1 him. I
Yeah.
think Wolk has the potential to 1v1 him in his second resurrection form. So
So
yeah, I don't expect any of these Espadas to 1v1 Askin all too much.
that's why I'm just like, so that's not really fair. So who? Basby, no. Bambi. Actually, can we use Bambi? She's just a straight up powerhouse. Like she was.
Or Candace. Like who do we see?
Bambi's stronger than Candace. That much was revealed. Bambi was the leader of that crew.
Like, who got did Bambi get the most screen time? I forget.
Bambi got the most screen time. Askin even stated that because of her destructive capability, she was one of the top. Like I think she was only one rank below Gremmy in terms of like why we shouldn't let her loose on the battlefield because she was too powerful.
Bambi, right? I feel like can be Aranero, Zyle, Zomari? Yeah, so that's the funny part, right? If it is against Bambi, Zyle has a pretty big disadvantage in my opinion because he's mostly stationary, right?
Yep.
Zomari has at least speed, so he could move around.
Dodge, but Bambi can blow up everything around her too. As you know, she kind of bodied Shinji with that as well, because Shinji was kind of gloating about, you know, maybe if Shinji didn't say his ability out loud, he wouldn't have gotten the fucking shaft. But
yeah, that's like the problem with like all of Bleach characters.
Yeah,
she
kind of showed that she can release her explosion wide enough to kind of make up for like being hit by abilities like that, or someone potentially being faster than her. She can just blow up the entire fucking area.
I do believe that like Zomari's resurrection ability, I feel like that can definitely get blocked by Bambi, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, she hasn't displayed.
I also think
don't they have the Quincy techniques as well? Like Blute Vein could potentially negate that ability.
I don't know about Blute Vein, but I think her just explosive like projectiles, right? I think that can just mingle with the control and just explode.
Okay. So Sal potentially
so that's what I'm saying about Bambi, right? I feel like Zomari has a chance. I don't see Zyle having a chance against Bambi all too much.
Okay. So say if we brought Hellark Sal into this, how much do you... Because like with the way we just kind of talked about this, I feel like Sal would be above Arniero, but still kind of B area. Not very useful in the war if he can't even beat Bambi. But if we brought like Hellark into this...
The thing with Bambi though is because of her mobility, right? She's flying around everywhere and she's acting like an airstrike.
Yep.
It's just hard for Zyle to hit her. Only thing would be that cloning liquid, right? And potentially hitting her. But he wouldn't be able to hit Bambi with like, unless he does a surprise attack and use the organ thing. So that's like the hard part with Zyle because
I mean, she
really
could even
move.
I don't.
Too much.
So the rebirth thing, right? What were the requirements for it? I forget.
You need like a host, like you know how he did it with Nemu.
Yeah. No, I mean like, how did he get Nemu infected? Was it because he had her hold, like he held her by the tentacle, or?
Yeah, touching with the tentacle thing.
Okay.
But that's like the weird thing, right? Because he showed it with Nemu. I don't know how weak you have to be for Zyle to actually use that ability. And the second thing is like, does it have to be a female, right? Because he was heavily implying birth part, right? Like a baby cell division.
Didn't he come out the mouth? Like not necessarily the vaginal area. So it could come out of anybody, basically.
Like the overall imagery is pregnancy, right? Like if you look at the manga, her belly was bloated and everything.
Yep.
So that's why I was like, we don't know too much of that, but at least we know that he has to catch them off with a tentacle. You know? And then we don't know how weak the opponent has to be for him to use that ability on him. I feel like if he could just do that on Mayuri, right? I feel like he could have just done it with Mayuri, but he went with Nemu of all the character. It might be just because she's
Because like, I mean, if I'm
Just
being
might
honest,
be.
if he could have used it on, you know, anybody else, say especially Mayuri, you know, I'm pretty sure he would have done it. So I'm pretty sure it was Nemu because he was already in contact with Nemu. So I don't think he can do it. Like, say like Bambi, who's flying around, it wouldn't affect her.
Yeah, because I
she's
feel like at the end of the day, he would still have to catch her, right?
yeah, which you already stated, like he's stationary, he doesn't move, so he's kind of fucked in the department of like, you know, Bambi airstrike, basically bombing him to death throughout that whole process. He doesn't even have like, so if we're taking away, actually, even if we gave him his arsenal, right?
Masculine, right? I think Zal has a better chance because he's able to hit him probably.
Like say Master Masculine.
Uh-huh.
So like,
I feel like Zal will be able to hit something like that at least.
Yeah, but Master Masculine is kind of nutty because as long as he had, what's his name, the dude who kept cheering him on, he wouldn't really lose.
Yeah, he wouldn't really lose, but Zal could also have that army shit going for him and just go on a stalemate and do something else.
Yeah, but are we saying Bambi has higher destructive capability than Mask, or?
Well, AoE wise, probably most likely.
Okay. Because I know Mask
Because
has like
she
the
can
star
really
beam.
rain down those projectile.
Yeah, because I remember he had like the star beam that, you know, put a hole in Rose. So just like.
But that's really not saying much considering Reapers don't have like Iron Skin technically, right?
But it's not like the iron. Well, Kenpachi kind of showed that as long as you have the Ryatsu, you can kind of block it.
Right? Because
Yeah.
isn't
Hero like? Yeah, isn't Hero like kind of like the same idea of like? Well, they do have steel skin, but they still need higher Ryatsu in order to block everything, right?
Yeah, but like we only seen specific Shinigami with a lot of like spiritual pressure does it, right? While as all the Espadas seems to able to just do it. Except how versed you are is a different story.
So are you saying like a beam that because Mask.
So Shinji and Rose, I don't see them having something like that, right? Shinji, Rose, maybe Kensei, but I don't think Kensei. Because he still blocks.
Kensei kind of got shafted. He didn't even
so
get.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Hero seems to be like an innate ability of the Arankas to have to master kind of thing, while Shinigami's only specific higher tiered ones with those kind of things. Even Kenpachi gets like slashed a lot, right?
Yeah. Except
when his soul Ryatsu is like a lot stronger than the opponent, he just doesn't get splashed. That's like the thing with him.
All right, we've been on Sal for a bit now. I do think he'll be useful in the war, but like you said, 1v1 wise,
Bambi would be kind of difficult.
But this isn't really like ranking because like obviously this is like, you know, tier wise how useful they would have been like in current times, and the time that we're using here, Thousand Blood War. I feel like he would have been useful in the war.
So can we ground that a little bit better, because like we're kind of going all over the place with that. Like, can you ground it to one thing?
One thing being current time. I guess it would have to be like Espada ranking.
Because we're going from like because is it just combat capability or is it usefulness in war? Like, we're kind of going back and forth with it a little bit. Because what we just did with Bambi, that's such a specific case, right? It is one fighter.
Yeah. No, I think it would just be easier to just go based on current ranking, like the rankings of the Espadas. But I do want to like bring up fights of like scenarios where they could, if they could handle, like, because Grimmjow did participate in the war, like how some of these Espadas would have, you know, how they would have gone against, say, someone like Askin, since Grimmjow was fighting him, like how Baragon possibly could have handled Askin, or how Stark, Yami, etc. Like those higher Espadas that are above Grimmjow. But I guess for now, like with these two, Arniero and like we know they can't beat Askin. Pretty self. I don't think their rank would increase. They still seem. They haven't shown anything that would top Zomari in this situation, or Arniero topping Silopodo.
Well, I'm pretty sure with time, I think Arniero and Silopodo definitely has.
Well, Silopodo being questionable because, like, you know, he used to be fused with Ilford.
No, remember, he dropped down outside of the Espada rank, and he climbed up all the way to 8. Remember that?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. With time, with Zal, like, striving for perfection, quote, quote, and Aaron Nero with his bullshit eating ability, over time, they have the potential to go up above the ranks. It's just that with Bleach's story, we haven't seen that. That's the only thing.
We've seen
That's simple
Sal.
as
We've
that.
seen a different version of Sal,
Yeah,
introduced
just
in the
weird version.
novels. Which I mean, he is
Yeah,
in
just
this
weird
rank.
version.
He is like a separate character in here. So we'll talk about him later. But as of right now, that's where Sal is. I mean, he's still like above Arniero, but can't beat Zomari. Which, speaking of Zomari, I mean, he has.
I feel like they just all belong. Actually, never mind. I think the better question would be Luffy versus Zomari. Who would be better? I feel like Zomari showed better shit than Luffy.
So
Not gonna lie.
let's talk about like one thing hacks wise. Who do you think was better, Zomari or Sal? Like, who had the better hacks abilities?
Well, hacks wise, so in my opinion, if the opponent didn't know Zomari's hacks, like ability, Zomari's was kind of nice.
Yeah,
But if you know the weakness, then yeah, it kind of loses a lot of things.
because like you saw how Byakuya was just able to block it with with what was that like not Keto, the ability Donku, the giant shield barrier that he summoned to
Because
like block it up.
like to give like an example, right? Zomari, let's say if your opponent doesn't know, and you just hit them in the head with it, right? Automatic control, like automatic win, right?
Yep.
Xyle, if you hit with cloning, opponent has time to deal with cloning, right?
Well, that's
Depending
kind
on
of
who.
tough. Like as Renji and Uryu have shown, dealing with that
Yeah,
many
it's
opponents
it's
at once is
tough,
kind of
but you
problematic.
can deal with it. It's not a. What I'm trying to say is like it's not an automatic lost.
Yeah.
It's like you can fight against it. Same thing with the organ thing. Uryu didn't go down with the organ playing around thing. So hacks wise,
That's if
without the
like
weakness, it
Sal
would be
just
the more.
decides not to destroy them all at once. Because remember, like he tried to do that with Mayuri, but Mayuri, being Mayuri, came prepared with some fake organs.
Yeah, but like we seen it getting used to on like Uryu. That's what I'm like trying to improve with
Yeah,
it.
but that's Sal just playing around though. If you made that, if we say if we like we made Sal go
So
for the
I'm just
kill,
going off just because of ability, right? Because at the
yeah,
end of the day, you need to hit with tentacle versus hitting with something that you can't see.
yeah.
Which
But versatility wise, I mean, like you said, like Zomari, if his opponent figure out that
versatility
ability,
wise, I think so. Versatility wise, I think Zal is superior. But how deadly Zomari if you don't know the weakness?
okay. But okay, since we kind of got that out the way, because I just wanted to know because Sal had like more in his arsenal than
Yeah,
Zomari.
Zal had a lot of shit on his under his belt because he's
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna do a lot of shit, and I'm pretty sure he developed those abilities over time, right?
Yep. As you said, like with these Sal climbing up the ranks and getting stronger, and plus being a scientist as well, he kind of just came up with a whole bunch of new shit, especially in combat.
Except
Like,
he's not as big brain as Mayuri, sadly. That's the only
yeah.
downside.
But going to the discussion of Luffy versus Zomari. So you do remember Camp for Your World, like he was going toe to toe with Grimjow, surprisingly, and
Yeah, that's why I always like Grimjaw's not that impressive, man. The actual fuck. Like, see,
so
that's what I've been keep trying to tell you. Like, Grimjaw, if you look at him, he's not really impressive anymore.
the reason I question that, because like remember how like he blew the top half of
So
Luffy
one
off, like
thing I have to give to Luffy is that Luffy is strengthened with the modification, right?
you
But
think
even
so?
with that, yeah, Mayuri worked on him, right?
It's weird because
And he wasn't.
I'm still questioning because remember like Grimjow blew the top half of him like completely off, like no stress. Luffy was weak. He comes back and he's able to go toe to toe with Grimjow. I'm just like, what's so different from you now back then? And Grimjow had like that time skip and he's developed a little more, but Luffy's able to
Zombie
keep up.
Squad is the big thing, I think. It's just Mayuri strengthening his zombie squad, and Luffy probably being stronger than before.
Yeah, so this is current
That's
Luffy.
the
So
only
how
thing
do you
to think
think
of.
current Luffy would stack to Zomari back then?
Well, here's the thing, right? I think Zomari, what he showed was more impressive, but apparently Luffy's stronger with his tentacle. So
And do you think that spiritual pressure can beat out Zomari's bullshit of, you know, controlling you?
So what I can see happening is like Loopy blocking one blow with one tentacle, and 7 other one goes for Zomari.
Okay.
Because
I mean, that's
I
more
don't
like...
think Loopy showed anything that's like blocking. Like he only showed tentacle and tentacle manipulation, right?
Yeah.
Unless for some reason you can use Bara, right? Like the small projectile that the Arankars uses.
See, that
To
would have been
block
more
all
interesting
tentacles.
if, say, he could have fire bot. Like, did he ever show that off? Like, he could fire a Seto or a Bala from all those tentacles? No, right?
So that's the sad part about Loopy. He was just toying with the weaker things.
Yeah. He
So,
didn't show off anything. He didn't show off an ability. He didn't show off any hacks. He just showed off tentacles. And he was
yeah,
groping.
so that's like tragic about Loopy, man. That's
Yeah. He was
like he looks
he groped
worse than
Rangiku with
Zomari
it.
on paper.
Yeah, he groped Rangiku. On paper, yes, he looks worse than Zomari, but for some reason he's able to go against an Espada that's like Grimjow, who's higher than Zomari.
What's up, IBK? How you doing? Sorry, we're just being a bunch of nerds.
you know, just because IBK said so, let's put Loopy SS for now, cause why not? Freaking going toe to toe with fucking Grimjow out of nowhere, hiding his hiding his true potential. But nah, let's
I just feel like
I'm sorry, I'm just
yeah. I mean, I'm just telling you. A lot of people think Grimjaw is the strongest Espada in post timeline. He's not that impressive from all I see. He really isn't. Sadly.
So I want to put Loopy like B tier, right? Because I don't like him. But after reading Camp from Your World and seeing that he's able to go toe to toe with fucking Grimjaw, I was like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know if Grimjaw was taking him seriously. What was that whole situation? Kubo's not writing that.
I don't know what Kubo wants to do with Grimjaw. He makes it so that Grimjaw seems important, but when he actually does shit, he looks so
weak.
Like yeah, he looks so weak. Like Askin, Loopy, like what? Yeah, it's just weird. See, that's like one of the reasons I still think Hollybell is stronger, just because of these accounts.
But if Holly was to go against, this is like, did they go against any of the other Zombie Squad members?
No,
it was just Grimjow fighting, right? At that time, it was Grimjow and the Quincy girls that were fighting. Who was it again?
So it's not that. It's more like the improvement from old Grimjaw, right? Like back in Arankar arc, 2000 Year Blood War. I really don't see that drastic of a difference in the first place, right?
Yeah.
And if Holly was number 3 before, and I'm still assuming she did improve a little bit, not like, I'm pretty sure Grimjaw did improve a lot more, but from the looks of it, I don't think he reached Holly's level from the Arankar arc, War arc, in my opinion.
So, real quick, because I still want to finish up this Zomari versus Luffy situation. Is there anything in Zomari's kit that you feel like could top Luffy? I mean, not Luffy,
yes.
Luffy.
His love for Aizen triumphs over everything. Sorry, I had to make that joke.
So, oh shit. So, how about speed-wise? Do you think speed-wise he could potentially just chop off Luffy's head and be done?
So that's the funny part, right? I think base Zomari is probably faster than Luffy, if I had to guess. Only thing is that Luffy probably is more. I feel like his abilities were always more defensive, you know, with the tentacle.
Yep. Because, like, remember how we had that discussion of, like, Aizen wouldn't just put these...
Oh, hey, Scar's here. What's up, Scar?
Yeah. So remember when we were discussing, like, Aizen wouldn't just put Luffy at rank 6 because he just wanted to throw a replacement in there? Like, Luffy would have to be strong in order to be on that 6th spot, right?
Yeah, because if that wasn't the case, I feel like Zomari would have rebelled, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, how dare you?
It would have been salty, like, Aizen somehow.
Yeah, because I feel like within the Espadas, the ranking still matters. I feel like the other Espadas will challenge the upper one if they felt like they can replace them, right?
Yep.
It's survival of the fittest at the end of the day.
So there's this potential of Luffy may have been stronger. Like,
which is crazy to me. It's just a fucking girly boy.
Holy shit, the way you said it. Oh shit. But I don't know. That's just Loopy. We're just gonna put him above Zomari, nothing else. Let's talk about one of my favorite characters, Grimmjow. I definitely feel like he deserves the SS at the very least. He did improve because we're talking about current time, Thousand Year Blood War. Sadly, we didn't get to see him do much in Thousand Year Blood War, but he did show off a bit in Camp for Your World and did get some praise from Kenpachi in Camp for Your World. Even with the statement of, from Kenpachi saying that he was stronger than Noitora, he did get stronger at this point in time. I guess the Hollywood debate.
That's the crazy thing with me. The fact that Grimmjow goes toe to toe against Loopy, right? It just what?
So
see, that's what I'm going to tell you. That same one of Kenpachi is not really credible if you think about it.
So here's the thing.
It's more
like we got a question. Like, I'm trying to remember that moment, right? That moment, what led to like Loopy and Grimmjow fighting? Like it was the Quincy girls hunting down Ginjo. Grimmjow was in the vicinity. Loopy just showed up out of fucking nowhere, and those two fought. I don't know if Grimmjow was taking him seriously. I don't know if Grimmjow was taking him seriously. That's the next part too. Like, was Grimmjow actually taking Loopy seriously?
But here's the thing, right? That's what I wanted to tell you about how if Grimmjow became that much stronger, I feel like he would have easily able to put down Loopy, because at the end of the day, he is a former Cesta, just got a boost from Zombie Squad. So that's what it is about what your statement was. See, this is why it's so hard with the current alive Espadas, excluding Loopy, fuck him, between Halibal, Nelio, and Grimmjow. Yeah, that's why I still think it is very possible for Halibal to be #1 out of those three. Because Grimmjow, if you look at it...
You know what's crazy? Loopy would have to be higher because of that, like... And that's the wild part,
right? If you put Grimmjow in SS... Luffy has to go at least ahead, which is crazy to me. That doesn't make any sense.
That would mean Luffy's stronger than Noitora. Like, holy shit.
Yeah,
like...
yeah. Do you see the bullshit I'm looking at?
Oh my god.
But like, if anything, I feel like... So... Kenny did say Grimmjow is better than Noitora, right? But we don't know by how much. If anything, Loopy could be on the same level as Noitora right now.
So, my big thing right now, Loopy's stronger than Stark, lol. Wow. We'll get to Stark in a minute, because, like, there is, like, that potential of these characters not showing off their full potential. Like, Grimmjow...
yeah, most definitely.
Like, for example, like, Aaron Yarrow, like, there are those statements of like how many hollows he's absorbed and how many abilities he has, but we just didn't get to see it. And potentially Xyle and Hell Arc showing off something new as well. I don't know. Like,
so are we counting Hell Xyle or no? Because
I can't, because we only saw the chains. We only saw Xyle use the chains, which I can't really use that unless he shows some fight.
That chain overpowered Renji.
Yeah. Renji, who
that's a big plus.
Listen, Cien is in here. Leave me the fuck alone, okay? Cien Grants is in here. Okay, you could use him.
See, that's why I was asking, do we want Hell Xyle? Because he should be above even Grimmjow.
So I agree with Scar. Since we didn't get to see him use anything other than chains, we can't really use Xyle in that Hell Arc. So in the future we can. In the future we can use him when we get to see him again, and potentially, I don't know if he's gonna have a rematch with Renji or who he's gonna fight, but we'll see a fight from him at some point, just not right now, because we don't know what the fuck he can do. We can assume what we can do based on what we've seen from the Hell movie, but what we've seen
No, Hell movie's not canon. Hell movie's not canon. That's literally what it stated. No, it's not canon because Kubo did not direct it.
Kubo didn't direct it, but he approved some of the stuff in there. Like with the chains?
No, like, like the Q&A shit that was going on? Like, they were even saying, like, yeah, Kubo didn't entirely approve it. Like, they just went with it.
I think the thing he didn't approve was the fight at the beginning. That's about it. Was it the fight at the beginning?
Like, you know how, so basically all the movies are non-canon. It's like, made separately from Kubo's.
I think Hell Arc was canon. Hell Arc was canon.
No, it was not. It was not. It was
Let's-
confirmed by
let me
Kubo
see
himself.
Let's see this. Was Hell Arc canon?
Why do you think he's doing Hell Arc now?
Bleach movie canon? Is Hellverse
All the movies are non-canon.
Oh, so yes, correction. Kubo wanted his name removed from the movie because they didn't use any of his notes.
Yeah.
That's about it.
What do you mean that's about it? That literally means it's non-canon.
Listen here, you. There's some things that I have to like agree upon, such as like the VL Ichigo destroying chains.
Yeah, that is completely non-canon, by the way.
No. I
That is
mean,
completely
Ichigo currently was able to do the same thing. Like the
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? What I'm trying to tell you is the reason why Kubo is doing Hell Arc right now is because he couldn't do the Hell Arc he wanted before.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean, there are like some, but like there's some parts in there that I'm just
non-canon.
like with the Ichigo destroying the chains.
None
I'm like,
none of it is canon. None of it.
damn.
None of it is canon events.
Okay, fine. We'll just go with that for now. But there are some people that consider the movie canon because there are.
They can, but it's not from Kubo. That's the funny part.
Holy shit.
Well, yeah, you can consider it canon, but it's not canon, buddy.
Let's go back to Grimmjow and Loopy. Loopy surprising in S rank. What the fuck? Grimmjow getting that praise. Hey, I did nothing. Shut the fuck up. I did nothing. So Grimmjow getting that praise from Kenpachi is like one of the few things that we have that kind of shows that he did get stronger.
Well, no, I definitely agree. He did get stronger, but by how much?
Yeah, there's no opponent or like actual multiplier or anything that shows, or like any.
From what we've seen of Loopy, what we've seen of Askin, I don't think improved like drastically like everybody wants him to be.
There is that also the potential of him in the future getting a second resurrection potentially. Not really confirmed that he's gonna get it, just more of Kubo saying that he can. Meaning that, I mean, I would have to assume that the same thing would be said about every other Espada, right? Unless Grimmjow and Ulk are special for some reason.
I completely doubt that. Like, what makes Grimmjow special, if you think
Exactly.
about it?
Well, he is.
Well, he is what? He's an Ajukas when he started
No,
out.
I was about, like, Stark is actually the only special one in here. And potentially Baragon. And Ulk.
Well, Ulk and Halibal is like on the same class when they started out, right?
Yeah.
At least like Boston Lotus and was. Grimmjow was just an Ajukas when he started out, so. So, yeah, Grimmjow doesn't really have anything that makes him special. Like Stark we know it's a special case. Baragon we know it's a special case.
Odd. Actually, very odd. Holy shit. So, surprisingly, let's move on to
again,
next.
the only reason why Grimmjow was mentioned is because someone specifically asked for Grimmjow, not the Espadas. It was literally like, can Grimmjow achieve second resurrection? And Kubo just said yes. That was it. It was just aimed toward Grimmjow.
This is, what's it called? Kubo's fan club thing, right?
Yeah. It's called outside Q&A.
Yeah, club outside. Okay. Hopefully in the future he can give us more info on that, but as right now that's kind of just too vague. So we're not going to even use the potential of Grimmjow going into Segunda Etapa. We're just going to go on what he has currently.
So the question was, can he eventually reach it?
Yeah.
So it's like very future tense, right? Like,
yep.
It hasn't
like
happened
in
yet or
hell,
anything?
yeah. Like it would be cool to see it, right? Like how he would stack to, like, if we can compare it to Segunda Etapa Ulquiorra and like finally getting that closure of like who's better between the two. As of right now, I don't think he surpassed Ulquiorra, sadly.
Oh no, no. There's no way.
As much as I want him to.
Ulquiorra actually beating Askin versus him, definitely no.
Scar be like, I love Kubo. Yes, best answer. Just yes. Yes. Not gonna even dive deeper into that question. Just yes. Move on. What the fuck? Ah, shoot. But Grimjow, I do love that he improved. I hope we get to see more of him in the future. And we go on to the next character, Noitora. Surprisingly, behind Loopy. How do you feel? How do you feel? How does this make you feel?
To me, it's either equal, well, which becomes opposing, equal or lesser than Luffy right now. When I say equal, it's around equal, not complete equal, of course, right? We can't.
Let's talk about what he has and how it stacks again, if it could stack up against Luffy, because I can change my answer right here.
Ability-wise, I think Noitora is better.
Like, he has the stronger Hiedo, like that is without a doubt. Noitora has the ability to, 6 arms is the max that we've seen from him, right? Luffy has like his 8 tentacle arms, but potentially Noitora, like, he can create like sides as well. So okay, let's talk about like base form. Like, base form between the two, I feel like easily Noitora could freaking body this kid. Like, just kick his head into the fucking ground.
I feel like Luffy only fights in his resurrection form.
Yeah, because Luffy hasn't shown off anything when it comes to his base form.
It might be just because of his long sleeve. I mean, how can you grab a sword with that, right?
Yeah. Other thing being his, like, we know... How does Noitora compare, like, with Seto's and stuff? I mean, we know he used a Grand Ray Zero, but he never really showed it off. Same thing with Luffy. Like, destructive capability-wise, they both haven't shown anything that is kind of, like, absurd. Like, Ulquiorra or, like, Grimjaw using a Grand Ray Zero and, like, distorting space. Like, even, like, I guess, like... Even someone like...
At the time, I would have to assume the Grand Ray Zero from Noitora would probably be stronger, right?
Yeah.
It's just that he uses Quick Serum.
Yeah.
That's all he does.
Real quick, I just have to laugh at this. Noitora finna kick Luffy like Kid Nell.
So I want that to be the case, but there's Campion World. That novel's such a mess.
Like, I like it, right? Because it's continuation of Bleach, but what the fuck? Like, Luffy going to...
So, in my head, I can't imagine Luffy beating Noitora, but from the description, apparently he could match against Noitora. It's ridiculous.
Like, base form, I can't see them really do much, like, him do much. To an extent, I can even feel like Noitora in base form could tank a little bit of Luffy in his resurrection, just from, like, what Nell Yell has shown.
Still a better fighter, though. Like, as in, like, actual fighting skill? Does that make sense? Like, as in, like, his wielding of his weapons? I think Noitora
dude can make tornadoes just from swinging his fucking sword around. Like, it's fucking funny to me. Is it a tornado or just like a little whirlwind of sand?
He just throws his scythe in the manga.
Yeah.
Like, it just, like, it swirls around, yeah.
He has a Seto.
But right now, from at least the novel, right? Noitora is equal to, pains me to say, or less than Luffy. From what we've seen between Luffy and Grimjaw. Yeah. Which is fucking crazy to me. So this is what I'm saying, right? If Grimjaw did not improve as much, that would be a little bit different. But yeah, from the looks of it, that's the case.
Red's form, I don't know why. There's a part of me that feels like Noitora can cut through, the tentacles that freaking Luffy has. Don't know why Grimjaw... Actually, no, Grimjaw can't because, like, claw-wise... I mean, Descaron potentially, but... Actually, I don't even know, like, the full description of that fight. And it didn't... Like, they couldn't even, like, conclude it because, like, the fight got interrupted, right? He was only going toe-to-toe with him, but that's, like, not really saying that Luffy was equal to Grimjaw. He was just able to, like, fend off Grim, which I just take that as, like, he was able to hold his ground against Grimjaw at that point in time.
Point where Grim couldn't finish the fight as quick as possible.
Yeah, because, like, remember the first time, like, when he got healed, he just blew the top off, like, Luffy. This time, he couldn't do the exact same thing. Which, I mean, yes, would show that Luffy got stronger, but is that really saying much if the fight got interrupted and they couldn't conclude it, now that I think about it?
It might be saying that Luffy's just that weak on the base form and just strong in the resurrection form, though.
Yeah. He could have clapped Ichigo off. Rip. Oh shit. But we gotta remember that Ichigo wasn't weak. Like it was even stated that if White wasn't interrupting, Ichigo's Ryatsu was equal to or higher than Ulquiorra's. It was just the fear of White. Ichigo couldn't really maintain himself. Because remember, his spiritual pressure was like going up and down because of White. And it was kind of hard for Ulquiorra to tell who the fuck was, like, what the fuck was going on, because his Ryatsu was going up and down. And he even stated, like, his Ryatsu is, like, going up and down to the point, like, it's higher than his or below his.
Well, that's beginning of the fight. After after Grimjaw fight, that kind of blew away.
Yeah.
You know? Like, yeah, he was
But that's
confident
just
using
base
White.
form. But that's just base form.
Yeah,
It wasn't necessarily, like, sorry, like, resurrection form, but, like, we saw Hollow Mask Ichigo was able to beat Ulquiorra in his base form. Nothing really about, like, you know, resurrection or Segunda Etapa. Just purely off base form.
But
I don't.
should we go off of base form? Shouldn't we just go with the resurrection?
So we're not. I was just bringing that up. Like, if we're gonna,
okay.
because I was looking at Scar's comment of, you know, Luffy potentially clapping Ichigo. I'm like, if we're saying that, I think base form Ulquiorra, like, at the time, could have beaten Luffy in his resurrection form. Like, when, like,
You know what's funny? This kind of shows how OP Toshiro's ice ability is just on its own. He kind of fended off Luffy and Halibo. The fuck?
Well, one of the big reasons why Hitsugaya was kind of like, I downplayed him a lot. No, it's because he wasn't
ability.
He had room to grow. Like, he wasn't at his peak yet. He was still growing. Like, remember, like, he was still technically a kid in terms of, like, he couldn't handle, like, huge amounts of stress. Like, when Momo gets stabbed, he'd lose it and, like, let anger take over. That kind of thing.
But what I was trying to tell you about is that at the end of the day, Tosh didn't beat Halibel, right?
Yeah.
He trapped her at the end of the day. It's just that Halibel makes more sense because Halibel is controlling water.
There's another situation in that I want to counter with is he wanted to reserve as much power as possible to fight Aizen. Like, he wasn't going full on against Holly as well.
Well, it's the thing, right? It's the same thing with Halibel. He can't go full out because the enemy faction's still there.
Yeah, I mean, she wanted to fight Yama as well, I guess, too. But I just wanted to bring up that argument because some people remembered, like, you know, he even asked Hiyori if she can take over because he wanted to go fight Aizen.
It's the same thing with Baragon, Stark, like also Halibel, because at the end of the day, they were kind of... Stark was play fighting for the longest time with Shinsu, right?
Yep.
Baragon was playing around with Omada and Soifa. And Halibel, too, she was fending off against Visors and Toast and everyone. And, you know, she got kind of cocky, let's be honest. Like, she didn't expect Toast to do something like control the weather against her kind of thing.
I like how freaking the Scar's like, Holly gonna get cooked up by Yama like a fish. Damn.
I mean, yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, I don't think there will be a fish left over with Yama, but like, yeah, sure.
Everyone toying with everyone, smile, shake my head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Karakura was kind of a mess, if I'm being honest.
Power, it's the same thing with the Espada faction, because at the end of the day, they're fighting a war.
Okay.
They're not going all out like tournaments.
Let's go back to this discussion of Luffy versus Noitora. Okay, so Noitora Resurrection versus Luffy Resurrection, current date. Who do you think would win? Like, with everything that you just... So, Noitora and his Resurrection. Yeah, who would win? Current Luffy or Noitora?
I want to believe...
Go with your heart. Go with your heart.
So, my heart is telling me that they're probably around the same.
Okay.
I don't want Luffy to be better than Noitora. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's just the sad part. But personally, I kind of have to agree. Maybe leaning a little more towards, like, he might be equal now that we actually discuss this a little more, because I don't know if I want to say that Luffy was able to go toe-to-toe with Grimjaw, because that fight was interrupted. We didn't get to see the ending of it. So we can't really say that Luffy lasted against Grimjaw, because that's not actually the case. He held his own, then the fight got interrupted.
I love how Scar's like, either do we. Yeah. No one wants Luffy to be the side, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He should have been as fun as like fucking 10.
At this point, I'll just say they're equal. Like, just fucking equal. That's where I'll
Only
leave
thing
it.
that's saddening is that there is a possibility that Luffy is stronger than Noitora.
Yeah.
That's the saddening part.
So we're not doubting that Luffy's stronger than Zomari, Sal, or Arniero, by the way.
So Luffy's situation with Zomari, I think the blocking thing still works, right?
Yep.
Zalapro. Combat-wise, if Luffy is at Noitora's level, Zalapro probably has a hard time.
Actually, now that I think about it, Noitora versus Zomari. Let's talk about this one for a second. So, do you think Noitora can overpower Zomari's ability?
He can just block with his scythe. He can make infinite scythe.
True. But like, what if like Zomari? Because Zomari is faster, right?
Also, another thing would be Noitora could just rip off the part of the body and probably regenerate a little bit.
Oh yeah, true. But those are only
the arms.
Actually, no. Like Kenny has shown that he has a limit. He can't just like.
Yeah. Like he can't just rip it out constantly, but he can make the scythe constantly, right? At least. Another thing would just be, it's like speed versus defense at that point.
Because we kind of thought like with Neliel towing with Noitora, with the how fast she was.
It's like the same question as Zomari versus previous Grimjaw at the Aronka arc, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, I feel like Noitora will win, right?
I guess we'll just go with that then. What about Sal and Arniero? I mean, actually, he's 5.
Are we even counting Aroniero at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have to. I mean, he is an Espada, like, for whatever fucking reason. I mean, he's...
No, he is apparently stronger than Dordoni, right? So that's all that matters.
Dordoni not being special, let's be honest. Like, I don't think any of the pre-Buron Espadas are, like, worth discussing.
Well, they used to be Espadas, man. Come on, you're hurting their feelings.
So... I guess just Sal then. Fuck Arniero.
Because I think Arniero with the light shit is just dumb. It's just why? Why is it a thing? Because okay, I don't care about the dome because he can easily dodge like when he's not off guard, right? But no ability, it kind of hurts a lot. He can only use it as a sword, slash. Most resurrection would just floor that. Yeah.
I like how you're just making good old Scar laugh, bro. Then there's the... Yeah, I mean... Literally, Noitora can just freaking crack that dome and be done. Like, he doesn't have to, like, really stress too much. And then there's the resurrection from...
is actually pretty fast. Because he was going against Kenpachi at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, Kenny's not, like, the fastest.
Well, he's not the fastest, but his...
Actually, now think about it, him and Ichigo are kind of like relatable in terms of speed. Because remember how like they both try to like cut Stark when Stark tried to steal, like Stark stole Orihime. Like Kenny was
reaction speed was right there.
Yeah, like he was as fast as Ichigo, which Ichigo, remember, is like known for his speed in his Bankai form. But then again, that is a nerfed Ichigo, I guess, as well. So there's that as well.
Well, we always think Kenny is slow just because he's like a brute fighting thing, right?
Yep.
But at the end of the day, he is pretty fast.
Surprisingly.
Like, as a fighter.
Yeah. So I guess Noitora could be comparable to Bankai Ichigo, which I don't know how that...
Yeah, Bankai Ichigo, like, Noitora was able to just grab his sword.
Yeah.
In one hand.
But then again, he was weakened as well, because after the fight with Grimjow, he was kind of...
He was, but it was when Kenpachi used Kendo against Noitora where Noitora got serious damage, right?
Yep.
I think Hollow Mask has that potential, but not regular Bankai Ichigo.
Yeah. Because I feel like if Hollow Mask Ichigo was to show up, he would have at least dropped the Scar on Noitora. I don't think he would have been able to beat him in that weakened state.
Even
if he was fully healed, different.
Like, Hollow Mask didn't do too much damage, right? Not like like what Kenny did to Noitora.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess that kind of wraps up Noitora, like speed, power-wise. Surprisingly, can't beat
Surprisingly,
Loopy.
Noitora is really strong. It's just that, why the fuck is Loopy here?
I like how we're still on that. Like, how the fuck did Loopy make it to S? Like, that's the biggest
Like,
mystery of this stream.
oh,
Like, how the
why the fuck is he 6 in the first place? Like, why? Why is
he
that
has
actually a thing?
he has tentacles, man. Like, we gotta respect the tentacles in Japan.
I swear to God, he did that because of Rangiku. He made this fucker 6 just because of Rangiku. Just for that scene.
Holy shit! You know, like that's. I actually am kind of scared to look for rule. What was it called? 36. What is it called? Whatever it's called. Rule 34.
Oh yes, the site that you always visit. Yes. What about it?
Yes. Like what people do with Matsumoto and freaking Loopy on that.
No, I don't think I've actually seen an artwork on that.
Yeah, surprisingly, right? But
maybe
let's
it's because like Kubo did such a good job, they don't need to draw it.
Shoot, give me one quick sec. I'm gonna take a leak and come back.
Okay.
But I mean, next we get to talk about our favorite Espada, so look forward to that.
What the fuck is Luffy doing here, man? Like, ugh. I'm so sorry if Luffy is this high, but like, blame Kubo. That's all I'm gonna say. What the fuck is Luffy doing here? So also, if people are wondering why we're doing this tier list, like, Yulik and I have been just talking about, like, versus a lot between, like, series Espadas, like, and the series Espada, especially between Halibel, Nell, and Grimjaw. Like, the popular consensus is, even I used to believe this, Grimjaw is the strongest of the three, right? But looking back, he really wasn't all that impressive. Ask him fight, Champion World. The only thing you go off of is Kenny telling him, "Oh, I think I would like to fight you. You're stronger than Noitora." That's basically it. But like, that doesn't really say much, does it? Like even ask him fight. Like I remember like this long time ago reading it. I was like, "Oh, okay. So Grimjaw was used for like hollow poison against Quincy," and then it's like. I reread it again. It's just complete Keithgate carry with healing Grimjaw, and you know, just making a path for him straight to Askin. Like, Grimjaw literally only stabbed Askin. That's about it. He didn't do it like by himself or anything. You think Holly can do better than Grim? Yeah, I actually think that's the case. Looking at it. I mean, team support is Kubo saying, yeah, I get it. It's just that I feel like it's weird with Kubo with Grimjaw. Like, it's like he tried to make Grim look good by giving him screen time, but if you actually look at it, he kind of got shafted, like concerning growth-wise. And then there's that crazy thing about like Askin's poison barrier going out of control and Nelliel going in to save all 4 people in there, including Grimjaw. I was like, what? Yeah, it's kind of weird, man. The screen time wasn't it. I do agree with you, Smile. It just, yeah. What can you do? So yeah, that was like the biggest discussion that we've been having, and Yulik has been going on Reddit and picking on fights with everyone on Bleach community. Just ridiculous, man. Nothing but to cry. Yes. God damn. Can we just like put Loopy like outside of this list? I kind of regret it now. I don't want to look at that. Oh no, you look versus Reddit. Completely doing that. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people, man. They just. I think Yulik was complaining about how a lot of people believe that Yami, just because he's 0, he is the strongest Espada. And then we look back, he's getting floored by Kenny and Byack. Like, not even trying Kenny and Byack. Playing around Kenny and Byack. And then he goes on his, like, you know, monkey format. Still loses. Yeah, fucking Yami, man. Yeah, Scar, like, we all think Ulk is definitely stronger than Yami, like, combat-wise, right? It's just that I was telling, like, Yulik that, yeah, Yami's just stronger just because of his spiritual pressure, right? But he just doesn't know how to use it. He's not technique-proven. He's just a big-ass man just trying to fire his laser. That's all he does. I think he was, like, one of the biggest disappointment, though. Like, Zero Espada, oh shit, shit's gonna get real. Not really.
Okay, I'm back, and I could hear the whole fucking thing, and Jesus Christ, you guys really hate fucking Yami.
No, like, he is one of the biggest disappointment, right? He's like, oh my god, there's a Zero Espada! But, like, he's a fucking clown. That's
Yes.
literally what it was.
Oh,
Only thing memorable about him was his fucking dog at the end.
Don't hate on the dog. Come on, man.
No, I love that dog.
Yeah, I
Yami,
know
on the
you
other hand. Bye.
But we'll get to Yami later. So we'll talk. We're talking about Ulk and my boy. Let's be honest. I don't care what anybody says.
Triple S tier. Triple S tier.
S. 100%. There is no fucking doubt in my
Can
mind.
Can we just delete Loopy? It's really
I like how your mic is cutting out too. Like Loopy's getting to you.
Can we just like delete Loopy from this list? Like, what the fuck?
Oh shit. But again, we'll discuss this as we go. Like when it comes to Loopy as well, because I mean, obviously, Ulk is clapping everybody B rank, A rank, and S rank. Grim, I would like to see a fight between these two. I'm not gonna even lie. I know Ulk would win, but Grimjow's growth and like potential different like Grim doesn't fight like your typical way, right? So I don't know, both base form have kind of shown like they can kind of go toe to toe. Resurrection form, at least like Grim going against potentially first resurrection Ulquiorra, I feel like that would be a good fight, but in my opinion. I don't know about you. It's just the Segunda Etapa is like the big one, right? Like the big gap between them.
Yeah, I mean, gap between the first and the second is just too great, man. That's like the problem with it. Like, I feel like Ulquiorra, right? He just... Like, Kubo gave him a lot of love at the end of the day.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
You could just discuss that he is the strongest. He's still comparable to Baragon and Stark at the end of the show. It's like, we never know because it was a completely separate fight, but against like something so OP as Master Load Ichigo.
Yep. But there's also like that whole thing of like this Segunda Etapa, right? Was it even at its full potential? Like you saw how Udi was, like you saw how Udi was describing his spiritual pressure and like how it felt like compared to like everything else that he's felt up until this point. It was very unique.
Not Uryu, but statement from Ulk saying that I still can't control this lance that well. Like that was his statement that he said.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's not at his full potential like at all. Like, and the fact that he could just fire the fucking nuke constantly, it's ridiculous to me, right?
Like
with no percussion.
There is no Espada that I can think of aside from Baragon who could potentially tank that. Like,
yeah, I think Stark would be out. Holly definitely would be out. Yami maybe could take a couple, but like, not. Yeah, no.
Especially a bombardment of them? Hell no.
But Yami's always potentially. He was getting floored by Kenya and Biaf.
Wait,
so
how much do we know about CN? Like, I only know that he's as strong. Well, he's stronger than VL, right? Or no, my bad, not stronger. As strong as VL.
Yeah.
As strong. Okay.
So, if anything, yeah, he should be the strongest out of this list at least.
Yep.
Should be. Unless Baragon for some reason was stronger than VL. You never know, right?
Yeah. Yami only needs to land a few.
Yeah.
But there's also the discussion of Ulk having regeneration. Like, it's only if his internal organs are damaged that he can't regenerate. And he doesn't seem to like struggle in spiritual pressure or like Ryatsu when he's creating those lances. Like, he's not really like out of breath or anything. He can repeatedly keep making them with no issue.
Yeah, like, you know how we were talking about Noitora regenerating limbs? Like, Ulquiorra can do that, like, way better. If he gets hit by any hex ability, he could just lose an arm or two and just regenerate right away.
Yeah. Like, say if in this situation, Baragon was to fight him and, you know, Respira was to land on, like, 1 or 2 limbs, he can just cut them off and, like, regenerate them. And speed-wise, I feel like he is faster than most of the Espadas, if not all of them.
I would say he might be his comparable to Stark or higher.
Yeah.
So, like,
Stark's biggest feat being that he was able to nab Orihime away from Ichigo and, you know, Ichigo and Kenpachi. Both very high. I mean, they were both tired and fatigued, but we saw Kenny wasn't really struggling against Yami, who was quote-unquote Espada Zero. So there's no reason to believe that he was at least well enough to, like, react to Stark with no issue. Like, I don't think there was anything slowing him down. So he was able to nab Orihime right in front of Kenpachi with no stress. That's how fast he was. Shunsui, I don't think is, like, known for speed. Just, like, he has a lot of goofy abilities. He didn't show.
He does, but we know that, like, he's considered to be one of, like, the genius prodigies in fighting, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that he was chosen to be the next head captain, pretty sure he's fucking fast, if I have to guess. It just
Like,
said
compared to Soifon?
what he fights are fucking disgusting, right? Like, he fights Leisure Barrow Stark. He fights disgusting opponents, like,
Yeah.
overall.
But this is Ulk. I guess could be comparable to Stark, but I feel like he would be faster than Stark. I don't know much about Cien, but I definitely feel like he's faster than Yami. Definitely faster than all of the Espadas before him, including Zamari. Definitely faster than Neliel, who I guess some people like to bring up that she's really fast, but like, nah, compared to Ulquiorra, no.
Well, I think there's a difference between nimble and being fast, though. Neliel is more nimble, I think. Like, you know.
For a lot of people, it's the way she was able to grab Ichigo away from Noitora and, like, zoom past him. Yeah, that kind of situation. Hence why they say that she's fast. Because Noitora, like Noitora was, like, not damaged at that point in time, right? And she was, like, able to, like, nab him right, like, nab Ichigo right then and there and, like, away from Noitora that fast. Like, with no stress at all. So, but I feel like Ulk could have accomplished the same thing. So it's kind of like, eh.
I mean, Ulk was fast before, like, even in the first resurrection. Like, Ichigo couldn't keep up with it, right?
Yeah, Ichigo had to really focus just to see the lances he was launching. Like, not even, like, reacting to Ulquiorra himself. Shit, it's kind of hard to say. But remember, like, how Ichigo kind of had, like, faith he could have found a way to beat first resurrection Ulquiorra? And then as soon as he went Segunda Etapa, all hope was gone. Like, holy shit. Like, that's like every opponent that Ichigo's fought, like, up until this point, he had, like, some glimmer of hope. Ulquiorra, no. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, there was a chance for him to beat Yami. There was a chance for him to beat Noitora if he was healed. There was a chance for him to beat Grimmjow. There could have been... I could list, like... There was no chance against Ulquiorra. Like, he was fully healed. He had his Hollow Mask. Like, he wasn't, like, losing to White in terms of, like, a power struggle. Like, he lost. He just flat out lost. Noitora can be argued. Grimmjow, that fight was already decided. Ichigo won. Ulquiorra just fucking destroyed him. Like, there was no chance. That's our MC, by the way. At this point in time, I guess he wasn't really all that, but Ichigo, bro.
Well, he had the Hollow Mask at the end of the day.
But I love to see that we're praising him this much. Like, he would have been so useful in the fucking war. Definitely, in my opinion, he could have gone at least to the elite. I don't know how he would have done against, like, Gremmy. Probably would have lost, sadly. But he definitely could have beat Asnod, Master Masculine, Basby, the Quincy Girls, like some of the well-known Stern Ritters pretty easily, in my opinion.
So, Gremmy is the questionable one because he can just bring himself back constantly, right?
Yep.
With the imagination. So that's like extremely questionable. Like Kenny was able to do what Kenny did because at the end of the day, he literally was Kenny. He put fear in him to the point where he's like imagining himself getting defeated.
Well, he imagined himself as Kenny and lost.
Uh-huh.
Because his body could not handle what Kenpachi was. Remember, his body tore apart because he tried to beat Kenpachi. Yeah. That's how monstrous Kenpachi is.
That's because there was Kenny, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Ulquiorra cannot accomplish the same feat, sadly, because I mean, unless we're saying like his segunda etapa, like his. How did Uryu describe it? Do you remember, like the Ryatsu that he felt?
You can look at the clip. Something about like dark ocean, like being on top of you, kind of thing. Something like that. Oh, see, that's like the funny part for me, right? Because Kenny's feat-wise, with slashing the meteor, we would think Kenny is like a lot more stronger, right?
Yep. But there's, I don't think that lance could destroy that meteor, though. That's like the funny part.
Definitely not in one hit, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if it's coming down that fast and like it was able to pop the bubble to, you know, like the little, what's it called? The little barrier on top of Soul Society. Like it popped that. I don't think Ulk could potentially destroy that. That's why I was kind of like, the force that meteor was bringing down was kind of intense. So if Ulk was to like send a lance directly at it, I don't know if it had enough destructive capability to destroy it. Maybe if it was just like a mountain and it was just still, yes, but with it coming down like that, yeah, no.
It's kind of, so that's like kind of the thing, right? I feel like Ulk, just because like that lance felt like a regular attack to me, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if he has anything in his arsenal. I'm pretty sure he does have an arsenal that's like greater than that. It's just that he probably never learned how to use it.
Yep.
If only they did something like that, then, you know, maybe it's comparable to Kenny. Because at the end of the day, Kenny's a monster. We know that.
Yep.
But Ulk was, I'm pretty sure he was also a monster, but like at a different caliber. Except Ulk was a lot more inexperienced with his power because he wasn't able to use it that much.
I mean, he was hiding it from Aizen and the rest of the Espadas. This was a form that he did not use that often. Like he probably most likely learned it once and then stopped using it because he was saving it.
Kenny-wise, he got training from Retsu to get back to his old self.
Yep.
On top of that, he got his Shikai, and then later his Bankai. So yeah, it's just that's Kenny for you.
But surprisingly, Ulquiorra, personally for me, easily could have been the strongest Espada. Just from what he's shown compared to what the other Espadas have shown. Not saying that, you know, if these other Espadas like showed off their true potential, they aren't stronger. It's just more of what we do know about them right now. What we've seen with Ulquiorra, destruction capability wise, I feel like he's superior. And with everything he has, like speed, hacks, everything, like I feel like Ulk is better. Personally,
actually, now I thought about it, I'm looking at CN right now. Like, you know how like he's like compared to Vasalota, right?
Yep.
And we know that, what is it? Who was the one watching? Was it who was it? What am I thinking? It was, forget the name, Urazakuro's master. Kenpachi, right?
Urazakuro's master. Wait, who were they fighting again? I know like the person who ended him was the girl that Yami killed, the Arrancar girl that Yami killed, but
oh yeah, that's Roka was Roka? I forget the name. Yeah, Roka.
Yeah, she was the one that dealt the vanishing blow to CN.
What I was gonna say is, like, you know, the person who basically compared to Vasalota seen like the whole fight in the Arrancar War, right? Between the three realms.
Okay.
The fact that CM was being compared to Vassalore makes me want to believe that probably Vassalore is the strongest out of the group. You know, like out of the at least the Hollow group.
Like VL Ichigo?
Like Stark Argon, VL Ichigo, like that, right?
So VL Ichigo was fighting Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra was able to keep up, and Ulquiorra did land the finishing blow. So if it's a fight, like, to see who can survive, I think Baragon would most likely be the last one standing.
Yeah, but like as in pure power rise.
Yeah,
I
pure
think
power
Vassalore
wise.
was probably the strongest.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
Unless
at the
we're
end of the day,
saying
Ulquiorra was able to stop Vassalore because Vassalore was just completely distracted.
yeah. So
And
I
he
mean,
just
if
went
we
to the
took that distraction away, VL Ichigo, yes, would be the strongest.
So that's all I'm trying to say. So Sienna's probably the strongest in this list, right?
Most likely, but we haven't gotten to him yet. Because we'll be looking at him in a minute. Ulquiorra right now is, yes, at the top. You can't take that away from him, okay? Stop it, you. Stop it. I'm gonna leave him at SS.
Oh, no. That wasn't my intention. I was going to say that's even more impressive if that was the case, because that's saying that since Ulquiorra at least was able to keep up with Vassalore, right? Even though he was getting floored, he is definitely like at the level of Stark or Baragon or a little bit above or whatever, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like,
that's what I was trying to say.
So the fact that Ulquiorra was fighting an opponent that is stronger than all the Espadas ahead of him and was able to deal a finishing blow on him, yes, I mean, should be fucking praised. Yeah, it should be fucking praised. That's why I'm leaving him like at the top of that list. You can't touch him. You can't touch him.
Well,
Neliel.
I'm pretty sure you'll touch him, but like,
hey. Bad. All right, next person on the list, Neliel, and surprisingly, behind Noitora. Do I have to explain this, or?
I mean, we talked about it, but like, I don't think. Oh, you can talk with chat.
yes. So if you're wondering why she's weaker than Noitora, Nell did not get stronger, like at all. Like, remember, she was a kid for a good portion of the story, and that's one thing you guys have to remember. She wasn't training like all the other spot. Like, remember how like me and Smile were talking about how Sile was not an Espada, and he just, you know, got stronger and rose in rank. Same thing with Noitora. Like, at the time when he was number 8 and Neliel was number 3, like, that time was in the past. Like, she got turned into a kid. Noitora got stronger. The Espadas, like, you know, grew as well. Like, they got stronger and they improved. She was left behind. And remember when she was fighting Noitora in his base form, she wasn't doing as much as she was originally when she first like was traveling with Noitora throughout Wako Mundo, where she could easily body him before. She was struggling to like keep him down in the rematch, like when they came back. She even attacked him in her resurrection form. He tanked her, which is surprising that in her resurrection form, she didn't just body him right then and there. He tanked the blow. So, and he wasn't even in his resurrection. Like, and there's nothing with her resurrection that makes me feel like, holy shit, like, if she had used this ability against Noitora, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Like, no, she hasn't shown anything. She has been the same for as long as that, like, we've seen her. She hasn't improved. Unless you guys can think of anything that would show that she's better than Noitora, I would like to hear it, but there is nothing on paper.
So that's Yulik's point of view on Neliel, right? To me, Neliel is probably one of the most controversial ones in terms of power, because yes, we have this, right, when Neliel goes into Resurrection and basically doesn't defeat base Noitora, not even Resurrection. However, when you go to 1,000-Year Blood War, what I brought in and what a lot of people talk about is Askin's Poison Barrier. Basically, what I'm trying to intend is that Askin always weakens his poison within the barrier just for himself. But when Grimjaw finished him off, apparently Askin, he said it himself when he was dying. He said, now I don't have any like limitation or restriction to keep it weak. It's gonna go rampant. And as soon as that happened, Grimjaw fell, Kisuke fell. They couldn't do anything. While Neliel was outside of the poison barrier, able to go in, take 2 people out, go back in there again, and take two other people out. So to me, it's weird because she seems either as strong as Grimjaw or a little bit more, but it could also be less because, you know, it could be potentially be her Neliel ability, but we don't know anything about Neliel's ability other than sucking Sero and spitting out fucking healing juice. That's
So
about it.
let's talk about those abilities real quick. So the spitting, especially, that was shown when she was a kid. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, drilling
So I would
saliva on
assume
Ichigo to
that.
heal him. But we
So
don't
I
know
would
if that
assume
necessarily
as an
counters
adult
poisons,
person,
though.
she would have some kind of better healing mechanism or ability,
But
at least in my mind.
that would mean that Ulquiorra's statement that he's the only Espada that kept regenerative abilities to be false. That would mean Neliel also kept regenerative abilities herself, which I feel like would be a side effect. Like, her drilling is just a side effect of her regenerative abilities, which would kind of help in that situation of, like, yes, she may have gone into that poison pool, but was regenerating as she was going through that poison, which would make more sense.
So it's not just regeneration in this case, right? It's literally weakening, like in a BBS. It literally makes them unable to move in general. Like Grimjaw and Kisuke dropped right away as soon as the poison restriction got away.
That whole statement would have to be countered, because like that would mean that she's stronger than Ichigo, because Ichigo wasn't able to withstand
no. So remember what we were saying before, right? How hollows are basically Quincy poison, right?
Yep.
So I don't think Grimjaw is as strong as Kisuke. Kisuke is using his ability to at least withstand the poison, while Grimjaw is not. He's able to still move around at the weakened poison. And I'm assuming that's hopefully because it's the hollow side of him. So I think hollows naturally has resistance against Quincy powers in general. However, I don't view that as Neliel being stronger than Ichigo, just because they're kind of a different breed, right? And it's not like Ichigo always have his hollow side out. So
I mean,
that's
even
what
at Thousand Year Blood War, where Ichigo could not, he needed to tip the balance in order to activate his hollow powers now. Whereas
so I don't think, I mean, that definitely says to me, I'm not trying to say that Neliel is stronger than Ichigo. That's bullshit. It's just that at this time, Neliel has something. This is fact. Neliel has something that she was able to save 4 people from the rampant death barrier. So that's why I think, with overall capability of her, she is around Grimjaw, potentially higher. But if you're looking at the Arrancar War arc, I do agree with Yulik that she was staying in her kid form the longest time, right? So it's really hard to see her training or anything. But at the same time, Kisuke modification is a thing. Like, Kisuke actually turning into an adult probably has to do something with it, or something to keep up with the 1,000-year Blood War arc. If that was the case, she wouldn't be outside in the warring zone by herself. She would easily get clapped by something else, in my opinion.
And while we're on Neliel, let's also talk about the Camp for Your Own World, how Kenpachi was only interested in fighting Grim as opposed to Neliel and Hollybell. I mean, I know you have like your issues with that one as well, so if you just want to like...
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, that's the thing with Loopy, man. We think that's ridiculous, right? Loopy, Grimjaw, like Grimjaw. If that was the case, if Grimjaw was as strong as Kenny's, what you think?
There's after discussing it a bit, I do see like another side of that being like, you know, that fight was interrupted, so there's a chance that we just viewed it
interrupted, but at the same time, Loopy was going for Grimjaw's head, correct?
Yeah. Well,
I would think if it was someone like Grimjaw, he would probably just try to end it right away, but he wasn't able to.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. If he was that strong as what you're thinking of Kenny's, that counteracts with each other. So what I think is that I think Kenny finds Grimjaw to be a fun fight compared to Neliel, she's kind of out of gas, right? She doesn't really have anything to fight for right now. She's kind of like an Ichigo simp. Versus Hollybell, who is more like, I need to protect Wakamundo, and Grimjaw ideal is being, I need to get stronger, fight. I think Kenny will be more interested in Grimjaw, and I think that was the case. And Kenny was saying that, yeah, Grimjaw, yeah, man, you're stronger than Oitori now. So, but that doesn't really say much, does it?
I mean, again, let's just keep in mind that Kenny, aside from Yami, who, you know, we say that Yami has stronger spiritual pressure, but
Well, we
did not know how to
Yami
use his
was
strength.
the joke, right?
Yeah.
So at that point of time, you can tell that Yami, if anything, has more spiritual pressure than Grim right now.
Yeah.
But Kenny knows that Yami's a joke. He doesn't take Yami seriously.
Yeah. And then
So,
it's just the
but Yami
overall,
wants
like,
to
who would be
fight.
stronger in this situation. Like for him to... Damn, this topic's still going. Shut the fuck up.
No, but
Like-
so basically we talked about it, but like a lot of people don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah.
So we had to bring like the argument back. But with Neliel, so she doesn't have a lot of screen time, and the only thing she gets is that questionable Askinson seen in the manga. So that's what I mean. Yes, there's a Kenny thing, but I feel like, I don't know, to me, Kenny would not be interested to fight Polyvel or Neliel in general because of what each of them like has different motives and stuff.
Yeah, well, there
Because
is that side to
Neliel
it.
isn't like the type to go out and fight something like that unless she gets challenged, right?
I mean, we've seen that with her during her travels with
the
Noitora.
Uh-huh.
Her travels with Noitora,
because
that's...
they have something in the past.
Yeah.
Like Noitora literally ambushed Neliel and turned her into a kid for the longest time.
You can kind of look at it as also like Neliel doesn't want to kill, like, you know, any other Ronkars. Like, there's no reason to.
Yeah, Neliel wasn't the type to just go kill, in my view.
But
right?
if the situation calls for it, she will take action.
Yeah, but
that's how she is.
So the regular Neliel and Halibel stuff, right? When they're just walking around, they usually don't give off that aura. Grim definitely does. Grim sees Kenny, and probably like one day I'll beat that shit. Versus Neliel, like probably thinking about Ichigo or something. Halibel's concerned for like everything else.
In that situation, I think they were all getting prepped to fight Ikemikudomoi. Their attention was on Ikemikudomoi.
Yeah,
Kenny just
kind of reluctant at the same time.
Kenny noticed their resurrections, and the person he took interest of was Grim. Like, for me personally, like how I view that and how a lot of the Bleach community views that is Grim was the stronger at that point in time, was the stronger opponent at that point in time, or not opponent, but like someone he wanted to fight.
For me, I think that is very difficult to say because Kenny doesn't want to just fight you just because you are strong as Kenny, right? Looking at the past, he wanted to just have a challenge and test people. Ichigo being the good case, and you know Kenny with all the other people.
I mean, we've seen bad situations with that as well. Like freaking look at Yuha when he tried to fight Royd and Floyd.
It backfires on Kenny sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It backfires on him, but at the same time, he knows, oh shit, I'm gonna die. Well, might as well get serious. But
yeah.
Now he
but what I'm trying to say is like there have been situations where that viewpoint for Kenny has shown like opponents are just like either weaker than what he was expecting or stronger than what he was expecting. Obviously, we know that Grim is not fighting Kenny.
Thing, right?
Grimmy's not like I'm not saying that Grimmy's gonna fight Kenny on the same level. It's just more of at that point in time where you have 3 opponents in front of Kenpachi, his judgment was Kenny, like Grimmjow was the, you know, the opponent.
So that's what I was saying. It's not just strength. It's just not because Grimmjow is the strongest of them. It's more like Grimmjow will provide the best fight. Like, as in, it's fun for Kenpachi kind of thing. So a lot of people want to believe that statement meant that Grimmjow is the strongest out of the 3. But to me, that's not necessarily the case. Because we've seen how Halibel drastically gets weaker when it comes to the case of, you know, oh shit, all my comrades are falling. Oh shit, Aizen's kind of not doing shit. Oh shit, you know what I'm talking about? Versus Grimmjow is always more like willing to fight. And I'm pretty sure he's more skillful as in fight-wise, you know, and Kenny probably has an instinctive like feel to it. Even Ichigo likes Grimmjow, right? So it's just like that. So it's kind of hard for me to just say that Kenny wanted to fight Grimmjow just because Grimmjow was the strongest fighter of the 3.
There is one more thing I do want to bring up as well. Like all 3 of them, as opposed to like every other Espada, or at least some of the other Espadas, they don't have like abilities that like say like Xiles, Amari, Baragon. They're all 3 of them are kind of like just powerhouses, right? Halibel just using water, but her water usually just being used like what?
So I could say that Halibel is more long range, right? Yeah, she can get physical, but out of the three, Grimjaw is the most physical one that
Yep.
we've seen. Neliel throws lances.
And
Her resurrection's more like, yeah, it's like lance fight, right? So I don't know. To me, I feel like Kenny just doesn't feel strength alone. Because
so
if
I
that
mean,
was
what
the
I'm trying to go with here is, I understand your viewpoint of like Grimjow being a fun fight, right? And all three of them being like, not. I know you're trying to bring up the long range situation, but like Holly, to my memory, was very close combat unless Tosh was like trying to keep his distance. Same thing with Neliel.
so the decisive attacks were always long ranged with Hali and stuff like that, with the Cascada and stuff.
Well, I think it's just Tosh was like real, like Tosh just kept his distance because he knew how destructive Holly was. Like he wasn't trying to get too close and
what I'm
get
trying
killed.
to say, potentially Grim might have been like better in close combat, but I'm not just talking about that because the going back with the Grim Kenny thing is that it's really hard for me to believe that Grimjaw's like to a point where Kenny would acknowledge like that, especially when Kenny's just that much of a monster, as we said, right? Compared to Ulquiorra. So that's the contradictory part for me. It's more like a fun fight because if I took it as Grimjaw at that level, near where Kenny can enjoy a fight in Kenny's like max state, that doesn't make any sense. I can only say Kenny enjoys a fight no matter how weak the opponent is because he can adjust it, right? At the end of the day, yes, he can go full all out now, but he's not gonna do that to a weaker being like Grimjaw.
Well, I guess I should also take into account that maybe like Kenpachi hasn't had like a good fight in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Kenny was just one-shotting everything ever since that point.
But there's also that part of me that's like, I know Kenpachi, how strong he is. For him to acknowledge Grimjaw makes me happy as a fan because I love Kenpachi as a character.
So that's the fight factor that makes you think, right? That makes you want to believe that Grimjaw is that strong. And that's what I believed for the longest time. But if you look at it, it doesn't really make sense if that was the case, right? Especially we know how much of a monster Kenny has become now.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people argue that
and in
Kenny's
this situation,
like
now. It's just like, because I'm trying to look at this as like, can I put Neliel above Noitora because I feel as though because I feel as though like because of like your comment of like how she was able to like go through Askin's poison and take, you know, freaking 2 people out at a time like twice.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? Like,
but there's also that part of me is like, that was off screen. We don't know what the full situation is. We don't know what her abilities are. We didn't get to see her.
So it's off screen, but Neliel says it right before that. That's what she's going to do.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of people assume Neliel can't do that. Like, you know, they're gonna die. But no, that's not the case. They all live.
I mean, unless like something else happened, because like imagine like Kubo in the future adds like another bit of information within that moment.
If that was the case, right? Like that
which could happen.
It could, but from the story perspective, that's not the case, right?
Because but what I'm just trying to say is like, what we know of Askin's ability, it's very hard to believe that what we know about Nell at this point in time, she could have just gone into that barrier.
No. So what I'm saying is that it's not just her strength alone, because that would be ridiculous. That's, as you said, telling Nell that Nell is strong as like the top fighters in the burst. No, that's not what I'm trying to tell you. It's probably she has the ability, something to like lessen the poison, but at the same time, if she's not strong at that level, that ability wouldn't work.
So let's also look at it as like, would that ability work? Would change the outcome of a fight, like Noitora versus her again.
You know, in Bleach First, there is no definitive ability, right? Other than Aizen, but Aizen's arguable because he has fucking immense visual pressure right now.
Lord Chair-sama.
Yes. So you need to, for the ability to work, you need to have at least required to have certain strength. Askin is no joke. Grimjaw Kisuke couldn't do anything when it went rampant, and Neliel was able to handle that situation. So at least he is able to handle that situation. no matter how much the ability contributed, she needs like about certain strength to pull it off, is what I've been trying to tell you. Because let's say if she was just weak pre-Noitora, I can't imagine her going through Askin's poison barrier. It just does not make any sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I do agree with the ability aspect because because we don't like remember, like, she goes back to her kid form a lot. Like up until like Thousand Blow where Kisuke made her that wristband that keeps her in her adult form. But even then, we didn't get to see much screen time of her. We don't know what we don't know the full. We only seen her use certain abilities once, like the saliva and
I know you think she didn't have time to train, right? But for me, thinking back, it might be just Kisuke, man.
Dude,
like
if it's
how
like
Mayuri modifies the zombie flood.
Personally,
like,
for me, like
adult form, like
just
he
like,
might have just boosted her a little bit.
In my head, like, she's not getting Squad Zero training, and I don't know, like the 3-day Bankai training ain't doing shit in this situation. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it might be just Kisuke's equipment enhancement.
The only thing that I remember Kisuke making at this point in time that kind of changed like the whole thing of the war are those like little hollow pills that hollified the Bankais for the captains. That's the only thing I could really think of. That he really created at that point in time.
That's why what I'm trying to tell you is like Neliel is kind of an enigma, right? Because we view it as she didn't have enough time to become this strong. Because we've seen her as kid time the most. But for some reason she is this strong. Which on regular circumstances it would not make any sense. But a lot of times we know Kisuke is a miracle worker. So that's the only thing I can think of right now, unless you can point out something else about Neliel, right? Because I don't think she could have trained either. Because what you brought up about like her being in kid form like the longest time again.
I wish that wasn't the case. I wish Kubo would have gotten like, because like they were still in Wake Mundo. Like Mayuri was there. Like they were still in Wake Mundo. Like a good portion of the squad was still in Wake Mundo.
The reason why I say it's the Kisuke thing is because Kisuke did prepare the adult form, like the accessory, for Neliel. So to me, I think that would be like the best answer to give about why Neliel is able to do this.
Yeah, but in that situation, I could look at it as like Kisuke wanting all hands on deck for this war. So any help he could get at the time would have helped. Not necessarily saying that he would have
very friendly towards Ichigo, right?
Yeah.
And I can believe that Kisuke helped Neliel out because
I don't think he would have.
No, because for me, right, if Neliel stayed the same way as before, like when she was fighting Noitora, I don't think she had a chance in this war.
Well, Noitora's like, not weak. Well, let's be honest. Like, if Sal is useful in the war, then Noitora would have been useful in the war, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, useful in the war, but remember who was left just strolling around at the end, right?
Yeah.
Like, and people were supposed to just fend off by stealth at the end. And Neliel was tasked to do a very important job of saving 4 of them by herself. And nearby, there was nobody like alongside with Neliel. So she needs to be able to at least fend herself up somehow. You know?
But we didn't get to see her fight much. We only, like, for me, I only got...
Yeah, she didn't get to fight much, but like I feel like...
So she didn't really get to show... So right? if we're gonna go with like what was shown in like at least we saw Grimmjow was able to deal a finishing blow to Askin. And remember, Quincy's do have Blute Vein, which can fend off hollows as well. It's hard to believe that Grimmjow...
Yeah, it can, but like how effective is that against the Espada levels? And from the looks of it, right, it doesn't look like Grimmjow is that much stronger than Neliel or Halle Bell if that was the case. So that's what I was like trying to tell you about it. Because I believe that the resurrection form, right? Kisuke stating that their regular base form is like Soul Reaper Hollow mix, resurrection form going closer, turning into Hollow, being effective against Quincy's, right? Able to pierce Askin. Askin can't adapt to it and just dies. And I think like Kisuke chose, well, basically Grimmjow to do the finishing blow and believe that Neliel could save them, right? Because it was in Kisuke's scenario, 5 scenarios of his.
In that situation, I could also believe that in that scenario, Grimmjow was the most useful in terms of attack, and Neliel was more useful for the guaranteed escape.
What if you could think of it that way, right? What if Neliel brings the final blow, there is no one.
I don't think Neliel could have dealt the final blow the way Grimmjow did. Let's be
Well,
honest.
that's the thing, right? We never know.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to present to you is
it's just more of like what we know about her arsenal.
Maybe Kisuke chose Grimmjow because he needed Neliel to do the fading work. You could think of it as that as well.
And there's also like that part of me that also looks at it as like, no, I mean like there's also the part of like Grimmjow not cooperating and going off on his own. That could also be brought up to the argument because
So
I don't imagine him sitting there.
This was the favorable situation, right?
Yeah.
For Kisuke. So that's what I'm saying.
Not really saying that Grimmjow couldn't have done the same thing of like dragging them out. It's just more of like looking at it as like, would Grimmjow have listened to them at all?
Grimmjow dropped dead right after the rampage.
Yeah.
Neliel was able to move through it without Kisuke's teleportation.
We wouldn't know if that would have happened if she was in the barrier alongside with them because there's that part of Askin who needs to analyze his opponents.
So there is that risk. Okay, you brought up a good point. There's that risk that Neliel could also fall if she was in the barrier for a prolonged time. Grimmjow would not be able to do it. So Kisuke chose Neliel. There's a possibility of that, right?
But then again, if it is an ability, then the ability would only work in this circumstance. Not necessarily saying that she's stronger than Grim, but yes,
we don't know what that ability is, and that's why I'm saying it's very hard to put Neliel, because that's why I'm telling how Neliel is very controversial. We can't definitely pinpoint if she's weaker or stronger than Grimmjow. To me, they're about the same. They really are about the same to me. But the facts about the Askin barrier, which is the only true factor, right, of comparison between Grimmjow and Neliel, makes me believe that Neliel is around Grimmjow. I don't know if it's equal to or greater, but it's probably around him. Or I'm leaning toward more.
That one is just too iffy, to be honest. Like the Askin's ability is very, very, very confusing if you're not paying attention. And
but I read it, right? I know how it went.
Yeah, you know how it went.
I know. Remember how you're talking about targeting attack or not? But I actually read back and said Askin wasn't targeting or anything. The poison's just in the barrier. It's just that he's just weakening the dosage. Versus when he dies, it goes rampant enough to a point where it could actually harm Askin, which it immobilized Kisuke and Grimmjow right away. They couldn't move. Like, Kisuke and Grimmjow could not move at all. They were on their knees. They were going to die if no one came to help.
Again, I'm just remembering that. Like, I just remember like Yoruichi like was able to avoid it. Not necessarily saying that she was immune to it, but when her guard got dropped, or like, what's his name, Yushiro, kind of messed them up.
No. So the Askin fight is different than what I'm talking about, the death barrier, right? So the fight, Askin is weakening his poison in general. Within the death barrier, he was weakening it like subconsciously to protect himself. That's what he was explaining as he was dying when Grim blew the final dealt on the heart, right? He was saying that he was weakening it for his sake, and then because he's dead, that limitation is no longer present. At the time, Yoruichi was out, like brother was out. Kisuke fell right away. Grimmjow also fell at the same time. So we know that poison barrier, right? When it goes rampant, it's some serious shit. And the only reason why I'm putting this in the case is because it's the only actual comparable case between Grimmjow and Neliel. Grimmjow, when he couldn't move a muscle, versus Neliel, who took 2 trips to take out 2 people at a time.
I don't know. There's just that part of me that's questioning, especially when it comes to Quincy abilities.
Okay. You're right. You're right to question it. But that is the only case that we have between Grimmjow and Neliel.
Especially when it comes, like, let's look at Kenpachi, right? He is, without a doubt, like, well, Aizen wasn't there, but at that point in time, I would say he was one of the strongest in terms of spiritual pressure before, like, Gerard started evolving to this ridiculous bullshit. And we saw someone like freaking Pernida was able to like body him very easily. Not necessarily because he was stronger, but his ability was that hacks. So there's that part of me that's like, yeah, that kind of does make sense what you're saying, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she was stronger. It might have just been like,
no. Again, that's what I was telling you. Again, we don't know. That's what I was saying. Around, we don't know.
But
The
if we're
reason why I
using
say
it,
it's stronger is potentially she is stronger with spiritual pressure. That's why she could actually withstand it. But we don't know the percentage of her ability
'cause, like,
versus her spiritual pressure.
if I was just to follow that, if I was supposed to follow that, she would be above Ulk, which I can't do. I can't do it. Like
we don't know that. We don't know that. Do you know why? Because we haven't seen Ulk in that situation.
We haven't seen Ulk in that situation, sure, but we know that Askin's ability is kind of nutty. Like, there's no reason to believe.
So, I was explaining to you before, right? How Kisuke was able to move in that poison, the weakened poison, is because he was constantly reconstructing himself, right? As a Shinigami, usually Shinigamis would just drop dead even with that weakened poison, but Kisuke had a countermeasure to it where he could move and fight in it. Grimjaw didn't really have that, right?
Neither does Ulk. If you actually really think about it, Ulk does not have anything in his arsenal that would counter that.
No. Listen to me, please. That's what I'm saying. My theory is that these hollow power has some kind of resistance to Quincy abilities because Grimjaw doesn't have anything to counteract the poison, right? But I believe Nell probably has something to counteract the poison a little bit or more, but that ability wouldn't work if she was that weak back in Arrancar arc. That's what I was trying to go in with. So it's kind of hard to tell where she lies around Grimjaw because it's either she is weaker than Grimjaw by a little bit, but she's still there enough to handle asking spiritual pressure like with the ability, or she could be stronger. We never know. That's the thing, right?
I mean,
the only fact that we know is that LEL was able to save all of them while Grimjaw could not move a muscle.
The way you're saying that, the way you are saying that would even like bring up Aranyero and Xylopodo in this list. You do understand that, right?
Well,
if we do that, that would raise Xylopodo and Aranyero, which again I can't do. I can't do that.
You are misunderstanding my statement yet again.
I'm not misunderstanding. I heard you.
I'm not saying that Neliel power is just enough to tank Askin in general.
I'm not saying her power.
I'm not saying that. If that was the case, as you said, she would be as powerful as Ichigo.
I don't think you heard me.
Not the case, right?
I'm hearing some sort of ability. I am hearing that. But like the problem is,
no, we don't know what it is. That's the thing. We don't know what it is. But what I'm trying to tell you is that she has to have certain base power line in order to use the ability to go through Askin's max poison. So she has to be at least around that level of
my
power.
head, like I'm hearing you, and I'm again putting this situation. If Grimjaw had a similar ability, if Lupi, Noitora, the same thing could be said for them. If they had a similar ability, so that doesn't necessarily raise their rank.
Right? We wouldn't know where to put Grimjaw around Neliel. Correct?
That would be most of the Arrancars.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, right?
I would have to rework
what I'm trying to tell you,
list.
based on Bleachverse, you need to have specific spiritual pressure to deal with abilities. But however, Sturmritter elites like Askin is really up there, right, Yulik?
We've even seen like guys like Kenpachi who, yes, is stronger than Pernita in terms of spiritual pressure, but his ability still affected Kenpachi. So I think Aizen is just like one of the very few special scenarios where that works, in my opinion. I don't know what happened in the Neliel situation in
that's what I'm saying. We don't know, but that is the direct comparison. Let's say Neliel doesn't have any abilities, right? Let's say, to counteract the poison. If that's the case, right? Extreme case-wise, she is stronger than Grimjaw.
And Ichigo, if we're saying that.
Yeah.
You can't keep Ichigo out that list.
That's what I'm saying. Extreme
Ichigo was
case-wise.
dropped. Chad, Orihime, Yoruichi, Yushiro, they all got dropped by that ability. Like a lesser portion of that ability.
That's why I'm saying she probably has some kind of measure to counteract it.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that she is stronger than most of the people on this list.
Yeah, it could. I'm saying it could. Not definitely.
Not definitely.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. We have to put it around Grimjaw, right?
when you're
are you
saying
telling me that Neliel is far weaker to a point where she can't handle herself in Thousand
there
Year
is
World War
yes.
like in Warzone?
So there's nothing. Okay, there's no reason to believe that
What is
Noitora.
it? What
There's
is
no
it?
reason.
What makes you think that
No,
Neliel
there
was
is no
alone in the
reason.
battlefield
You're
in Thousand
making
Year
it.
Blood War
You're
by
making it
herself?
sound like Noitora would stand no chance against the Stern Raiders. Like there's. I'm not like most of these Espadas, especially the ones below Grimmjow, can fight the Stern Raiders.
No,
It's just
I'm not saying they stand no chance against the Stern Raiders. Do you know why I'm saying that? I'm only saying Grim was able to move in the weakened poison, right? So I'm assuming that Espada has some kind of resistance to Stern Raider powers. That's what I've been saying, right? It's just that Neliel came to a point with that resistance, for some reason, was able to tank max poison of Askin when Grim could not. So I'm saying Neliel also probably has some kind of resistance to Quincy power. I'm saying that with all the Espadas.
so again.
Knowing
Are
the
you saying that
fact
just
that-
having resistance to Quincy abilities like Askin's would raise her rank?
Yeah, but like look at this.
In terms
right?
of strength?
Look at your ranking right now.
So
Where is Grimmjow at? Grimmjow is right
let's
there.
look at it like this. If either Ulk or Grim were to fight her in Thousand Year Blood War, do you think they would lose to her?
I want to ask you a question. What the fuck do you want from me?
What do you want
the
from
actual fuck do
me?
you want from me?
Okay, I'm trying to keep
I'm
this to.
presenting you with evidence, and you're not counteracting with anything other than I don't believe it.
No, it's not the I don't
And
believe
I'm
it.
telling you, you don't have to believe it because at the end of the day, it's not definitive. I'm trying to tell you from what I've seen from Bleach first, right? You need specific strength in order for the ability to work.
But
And we know that
when you
Neliel,
say
at least
specific
above
strength,
Damari,
like
right?
when you're saying specific strength, like below, like stronger than the person that they're
Because
fighting?
Let's talk about this, right? So is Grimmjow stronger than Ichigo?
No.
So Grimmjow was able to move in the death barrier for a very long time in the weakened state. Is he stronger than Ichigo?
No.
Exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell you, right?
But at the same time, Ichigo
is Neliel stronger than Ichigo? No. No, why are you taking it like that? Like
I can
Grimmjow
only
was
take
there.
it like that because it's like just because she was able to move in
Are
that
you
barrier.
telling me that Grimmjow is stronger than Ichigo? That's what I'm telling you. Your argument does not make any sense. I've been saying Hallows probably have some kind of resistance to the Quincy powers. This applies to Espadas in general. And I'm saying, I don't know what about Neliel, but she was able to do the job that she was actually doing.
If it's based
which
on
is
ability,
a feat. But we
which-
don't know if it was an ability. That's the funny part. I'm assuming it's the ability because it would not
'Cause,
make
like-
any sense. Because if it's just strength alone, that would just mean Neliel is just way superior to Grimmjow. And I don't believe she's way superior to Grimmjow. Make sense?
not really.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like-
Do you
like-
know why? It's because it's Kubo. But
Like-
you have to deal with it
like,
because
no,
it's the
I mean,
only case between
No,
Grimmjow
I mean,
and
even in that
Neliel.
case, like if
That
I
is
examine
applicable.
it the way that Kubo is written it as like her being a rescue, it's like that's all she was being used for. She wasn't being used for as a
because
fighter.
Grimmjow can't do the rescue.
Like literally, Grimmjow being the
Really?
hothead he is,
Grimmjow can't do the rescue.
it's not that Grim can't do the rescue. He
Grimmjow
doesn't
can't
want
do the
to.
rescue.
Let's be honest.
Grimmjow just can't. No, even if he
If we're
wants
being
to, he can't
honest,
do the rescue.
I feel
No,
let's-
I'm trying to tell you, Grimmjow, even if he wanted to rescue them, can't rescue them. He would be on his knee.
because like I'm trying to look at this from a viewpoint of like Kisuke, right? Who may
That's
Like,
what I'm saying.
like,
Grimmjow
if-
was selected potentially because there's no one else. Who is there? Is Haribel then? No.
Alibel like chained up in a dungeon. Like
Exactly. So there's Grimmjow and Neliel, right?
actually, wasn't she
Neliel
rescued?
can withstand the poison. Yeah, she was, but she has no shape of fighting kind of thing. But like
Even with Orihime
Grimmjow,
healing?
right? Oh, apparently, right?
What the fuck? Kubo.
So you have to understand, Orihime healing is not omnipotent. We've seen that with the Soul King.
But again, holy shit.
So that's what I was trying to say, right? If it was Kisuke's plan, it doesn't make sense to use Grimmjow. As you said, he probably could just go away, which I don't think is the case because right now, like literally it's versing Yuha. Everybody wants to come together in order to do this. But second thing would be, even if he wants to save them, he can't. He would just drop instantly. That's the problem with this scenario, right? That's why I was saying the Neliel is probably around Grimjaw. It could be weaker considering that ability take a lot of slot, or stronger considering no ability or ability takes, little. So that's what I was saying. Beginning of this, Neliel is a very controversial thing.
Smart, you gotta understand. I want to be open-minded. Do you see fucking Loopy S rank here? Do you really think I want to put Loopy S rank here? You really think I want to put Nell below fucking Loopy? The only reason I don't want to use that we don't know what happened. That whole thing was just off-screened. Like that whole situation.
Yeah, but so right now that's what we have, right?
And
right. No, I mean, okay. So my question is this: like, what other situation is there?
Camp for your own.
What
world.
are you gonna compare?
Literally.
Well, yeah, but what we just did, I just literally said.
I mean,
that statement literally could mean anything. It's not that Grimjaw is strong as Kenny. That is bullshit. Are you telling me Grimjaw is strong as Kenny?
That's not what's being implied because they didn't even fucking fight.
Are you saying that Grimjaw is near Kenny's level?
I mean, even in the situation like I'm putting Loopy in S rank, they didn't even finish the fucking fight.
Okay, you're misdirecting the subject now. No, Going back to the subject, what other cases is there? That's what I've been trying to tell you. There isn't any other than that death barrier from an elite Strunritter. So I'm trying to give something to go off of. You're giving me nothing.
Like, well, you're not accepting the things that I'm giving. You're kind of because you have to understand. I will.
Right? You said you counter me with some stupid shit as, are you telling me Neliel is stronger than Ichigo? Is Kenny and Grimjaw about the same level of power? No.
No. Here's the thing.
Do you know how retarded you sound like?
If we accept it as taking it as how Kubo is trying to write it, if
you want to see how Kubo's trying to write it, he shafted the fuck out of Grimjaw. He was literally used as hollow poison against Askin.
And in Camp for Your Own World, if there is some sort.
Are you telling me Grimjaw dealt Askin damage all by himself, Yulik? How preposterous of you!
In my head, if I looked at this as Kubo who's trying to give Grimjaw fans a little break and give them some sort of
We don't care about that, do we? We're talking about who is stronger. And I've been telling you that Neliel is hard to post because she doesn't have a lot of screen time, and only thing we can go off of is that scene, which seems like such a great feat. And I'm not giving her all the credit. I'm not saying she's different.
That's the thing I don't like about the Nell topic, because it's this Askin feed is so
same. I don't like it either, but the fact that I have to explain it makes me tired as fuck, and you're not listening to it. I've been trying to tell you.
I heard everything you said. No. The thing is, I heard everything you said. It's just more of in the situation for Grimjaw fans, right, who just want that feat to be displayed here, right? Because it's not as if it's something that fans just made up. It's something that was actually written into the story. It's Kenny taking note of Grimjaw. Are we just gonna disregard it completely? That's what I want to ask you.
So my question is, I'm gonna ask you the same question again, because I don't know if this is getting to you. Do you think Kenny and Grimjaw are around the same level of power? Do you hear how ridiculous you sound right now?
No, I mean
do you hear how ridiculous you sound right now?
In this situation, no, I mean it doesn't have to go to that. It doesn't even have to come close to that. It's just more of Kenny just acknowledged Grimjaw.
Do you think Kenny cares about fighting against pretty flies?
Yes.
Do you think
if he can have fun, he doesn't really care. As long as
okay, you prove my point. If he's having fun, aha! I got you now, right?
Not really.
Oh my God. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's Kenny trying to have a fun fight. It's not that Grimjaw is stronger like that. That's what I've been trying to tell you. And you're trying to misdirect it, wanting to prove Grimjaw is stronger.
No, I mean,
but that's not the case.
Literally, I'm trying to tell you that Grim is strong. Kenny wouldn't just fight him for fun if he wasn't strong.
Yeah, I agree. Grim is strong.
Whereas he didn't take note of Halibel or Neliel because he saw Grimjaw is stronger.
I mean, that could be interpreted.
No. I mean, it could be interpreted. Same thing with the Neliel rescuing freaking Grimmin crew. Like that can like there is a big gap there. Like anything could have happened. Especially with big brain players like
right?
Kisuke and
No. You like here's the thing. Anything could have happened, but we know that the scene was implying Neliel was gonna rescue all of them, right? And after that, everybody was saved, and around Neliel, there really wasn't anybody to save them, right? Because
I mean,
to regular Shinigamis, that poison is something that they can't handle at all. So my question to you would be, who could have come to rescue at that time, right? In my opinion, there was no one. And Kubo only showing Neliel implies it's only Neliel, right? Okay, we don't know what happened in between, but that's
no,
what
I mean,
Neliel
like that's what I'm kind of like trying to
say.
saying, like, if I'm going to be fair, like with the people that were there, it's just like for the last,
but like everybody was out. Like Kisuke was out, Yoruichi, brother, Grimjaw, all of them.
I mean,
are
even
out.
in that
And
situation, like say if Kisuke was the first to be taken out, could he have helped Neliel boost like her not necessarily immunity, but like resistance
could not move a muscle. Kisuke could not swing a sword.
That was because he was inside that barrier.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, nothing's saying like if he was taken outside the barrier, he couldn't have recovered a bit. You know,
so remember how we were talking about how Grimjaw walked through that barrier, but that wasn't the case. It was Kisuke who literally teleported him to Askin.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but Neliel was able to walk into the barrier and get out.
Noitora just has like really strong like defensive. So that's the thing. We didn't get to see her fight anybody. She just saved people.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying from the beginning, she's like a controversial thing, right? Because like, she doesn't have a lot to go off with.
Can I say that she can cut Noitora now? Because remember, like even in her resurrection form when they first fought, I mean not the first time they fought, like when she was saving Ichigo from Noitora, resurrection form, Noitora tanked her. Like, you know, that's very notable right there.
Right? I would have to say she is able to cut Noitora in his resurrection form at least now.
Now, but like, would she have to be in her resurrection, or are you trying to say in her base form? Because like with the way you've been going with this, it's like now she can beat him in his base form. I mean, in her base form, she can beat him in his resurrection. With the way that you're going with it, which I'm highly doubting. Because like, remember, no training for her.
I'm only going with resurrection versus resurrection because I see no points in base form, right? I think right now Neliel would win
by complete. Like no struggle.
So that's the topic that we might have to discuss, because do you think Grimjaw can completely beat Noitora?
Yes.
Yeah, then I would have to say yes.
Like no fucking doubt. Like I don't. So remember with the whole argument of Aizen does not just like give these Espada rankings. Like he didn't just give Loopy 6 because Loopy was just filling in. Like no, like the gaps are pretty big. And
I would say Noitora could have saved them. But here's the thing, right? Grimjaw, who is supposedly stronger than Noitora, dropped down like instantly. Noitora hasn't shown anything other than skin hardening. And you know, poison isn't just defensive capability, right?
Well, so that's just another thing. It's like poison resistance doesn't really add up to strength, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's what I've been telling you about. I don't know where that would be with the ability strength.
That's why, like,
you know?
I can't. If I had to look at Nell and try to put her on this list fairly, based on what I've seen of her.
That's why I was telling you she would be around Grimjaw, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, put her in the same tier, because we don't know.
I would highly doubt that, though. Because
no. So here's the thing: you can highly doubt that, right? But at the same time, like, there isn't any definitive evidence on this.
Because
right?
There's that part of me that's just like.
Yeah, I know. So when I'm explaining it, I can't really say this for sure either, right?
Nobody.
I can say
the only one who can say it for sure is Kubo. Like that's the thing. Kubo is the final say in this.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, at the 1,000-year Blood War, at the final arc in the War Zone, Neliel was alone and was a rescue team. And to me, that proves her battle strength, at least, to be on that battlefield, right? Previously, I think it would be pretty hard.
I don't know. There's also that part of me that's like putting as much like there's nobody to attack her. She's just rescuing potentially other like something else
Well,
being
here's the
involved
thing.
in that
It's not
incident.
that there's nobody to attack her, right? There are still enemies like around the
No, because like
battlefield.
imagine, because like you know how fast Bleach characters are. I mean, you were discussing this like Bleach characters
Yeah,
in
but
terms of speed, like to like
Sunbitters
One
are
Piece
pretty
characters,
fast
right?
in comparison to.
If she was able to like get in and
Neliel,
out, like
Neliel isn't this fast type. That's the thing.
say that again.
I don't think Neliel. I told you she was more nimble. I don't think she's the fast type, and she's not in her centaur form like ever. So that's what I'm trying to say. So to me, she proves that at least she's better than when she was in Aranka Arc, and the Aston barrier makes me think that she is around Grimjaw. I don't know if it's weak or strong. That's the thing. I really don't know. I can't say for certain. I've been just trying to tell you it's around there, but you've been trying to think of it as there is no way Neliel can be stronger than Grimjaw. But I'm saying there is definitely potential of her being stronger than Grimjaw.
Potential. But
Yeah, it's all potential. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying Neliel is definitively stronger than Grimjaw, or I'm not saying definitively Nell is weaker than Grimjaw. We just don't know where it is.
because like I think we even discussed this. Like she doesn't compare to Holly either. Like
So that's what I was like thinking about before, right? Even if Grimjaw did become stronger, it's like the questionable part of did he reach Halliwell's level or not? And a lot of people would say yes. To me, what I've seen from the novel and 1,000-Year Blood War, I would say no. The reason being is, I could talk this world for days, but like, yeah, but going back to Neliel, right? That's sadly the only definitive thing
one
with
thing
it.
I will tell you, Scar, is don't. I think Clyde has changed his answers a bit, especially recently. Especially when it came. So no, the person.
You can take the answer.
So no, the reason being is like I think Clyde has done like a Espada versus Akatsuki video, and like his scaling has changed a bit. If you ever watch like those, like yes, he's done videos on Grimjow and like comparing. Like I think some people even want to say Grim is stronger than Ulk, but no, I don't think that's the case.
So a lot of people do think that Grimjaw is the strongest Espada like right now,
So
compared
yeah,
to the old Espada. But to me, right, when I read the novels and when I go read his fight in 1,000-Year Blood War, that's just no, he didn't show anything that
like,
compares to that.
If we're using that logic of me simping for Grim, I would go with like those power scalers that put Grim above Ulquiorra, Baragon, all of them, because holy shit, he's had all this time to get stronger. Yes, he's far above them now because nobody else has been training. It's like
Grimjaw isn't special. He really isn't. Only thing he does is he fights and he tries to get stronger. Even then, he could only reach to what Hollow Mask Ichigo during the Aranka arc. So to me, that's why I question: did he surpass Halliwell? Because I don't see that.
Because like even
all.
Holly took note of Ichigo and Grimjow's fights. It's not as if like Holly's so far above them that she looks at them as ants,
I'm not
right?
saying she is so far above. So here's the thing: I don't think she is so far above Grimjaw anymore, right? As I said, I'm pretty sure Halliwell grew stronger slower than Grimjaw over the time. It's just that I don't know if Grimjaw reached Halliwell. I still think he might be under Halliwell. I'm not saying she's like one slice. Grimjaw is out. No. Grimjaw will give a good fight, but I feel like Halliwell will win.
So I will be honest, like I'll just move on from like the Neliel. I'll give you Neliel stronger than Lupi, even though I'm completely against it. Because really she hasn't shown anything that would make me believe it. It's just
no. So here's the thing: the death barrier definitely did show me, at least.
Like to you, but like to me, that's like
no. Because here's the thing, right? It's not just to me, because Kubo was showing that out of everything else, right? And at the end of the day, let's be honest.
It's again like it's interpretation. It's like how people would take it. Like for me, I would take like the Kenny situation as like, yes, Grim has improved.
So Yulik, if I took that situation quite literally, Neliel is by far stronger than Grimjaw. But I said that would not make any sense, right? That's why I was saying she is around there. Same thing goes to the Kenny talk, because we know Kenny's character. Like, he just doesn't pick a fight because the opponent is strong.
I mean, there have been situations where that has happened.
And Halliwell's character as well.
Aizen
So
already
I
ranked
can
them.
definitely
That is
see why
debatable
Queen is
as
interested
hell.
in
I
Grimjaw.
mean, Grave, are you really saying that Baragon is just number 2? Like, there's...
Aizen already ranked them himself. There's nothing left to discuss. Okay, he's a noob.
Yeah, like, Grave, are you honestly saying that Baragon is only number 2?
No, wait. So Grave thinks Yami is the #1 Espada. Yay. Yeah. Let's move on.
Like... Yes, Baragon would get clapped by Stark. Dude, people need to stop disrespecting Bone Daddy, bro. Like, Bone Daddy... I mean, even though Bone Daddy can't beat Overlord Bone Daddy, he's still Bone Daddy. You can't beat him, bro.
I mean, he still controlled death.
Yeah. Like, let's be honest. Remember, guys, like, Aizen's quote of, like, if you believe that you're above him, he'll come at you. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, he fucked with Baragon, put him at number 2 just to piss him off because he kept saying he was the king of Wakamundo.
Because if I'm being honest, like, Baragon was a lot more impressive than Stark until Hachigen showed up.
So
and we know Hachigen, that kind of is hack.
Before we go into that topic, let's just get Holly out the way. Personally, I don't think she's stronger than Grim, but I mean, if you want to make your case, go ahead.
So to me, Holly is another, like, very hard to talk about case because we don't really see her, right? Other than the novel part. But looking at Bleach first in general, like, everybody grows, like, strength-wise. And if I have to guess, Queen of Wakamundo, right? He does have to put down a lot of resistances, and I'm guessing there's a lot of turmoil after Aizen's power struggle being over, right? So, I mean, if I have to guess, it's either she slowly progressed or she got drastically progressed, but I'm leaning more towards slowly, right? Considering Grimjaw and Holly Bell, it's always a hard topic for this.
So one thing I just want to bring up is, like, Grim does not care what Holly does. He doesn't care if she governs Wakamundo. It's only if she claims that she's above him that he'll have an issue. And Holly has shown that she does not want to mess with Grimjaw. For me, that's just more of, like, that could be taken as Holly doesn't want to, you know, like, deal with that situation, or she's just afraid of Grimjaw.
So that's what I was talking about, how Holly and Grimjaw, right? If they fought, it's not just Holly one slash and Grimjaw winning. It's more like there's gotta be damages, you know, in general.
For me, Grimjaw definitely has shown, like, he can take, like, Holly was, like, taken out in one slash by Aizen. I mean, it was Aizen, but Grim did last a while fighting certain opponents. Well, not certain opponents.
So the Aizen one slash thing is a little bit different, considering she was down, like, as in mentally. Like, she was like, oh, Lord Aizen doesn't even care when other comrades go down. And then when he betrayed, Holly was, like, shocked, right? It's like, fuck you. And she went. Another thing that is, yes, Grimjaw was free at the time in Thousand Year Blood War, but, like, Yuha did make example using Holly, right? It's either or she is the governing force, or he thought that she was, like, currently the strongest out of the group. It's either or.
Well,
so
she had the title of Queen of Wakamundo.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. For him, that's
the thing. At
Grim
the time,
was not
right,
on his radar.
She doesn't want to say that in front of Grim, right? Because to me, it's just trouble bringing. But at the end of the day, Yuha did target her. So,
well, again, Grim did not care. Like, he was out on his own.
It doesn't matter if Grim cared or not, because at the end of the day, so we know that Grimjaw took down Askin, right?
Yep.
Right? So at the end of the day, these Espadas are still a threat that could be used by the Soul Reapers. In my mind, the fact that he didn't go for Grimjaw,
I'm just gonna keep it in mind of, like, when Yuha invaded Wakamundo, it was most likely in Las Noches, right?
Yeah, this is my fanfic though, because, like, it's really hard to believe if thought.
I mean, the place that he dominated was Las Noches, right? That was where he set his base at when he invaded Wakamundo. Holly possibly being the only one that stayed there. Grimjaw was not there. her Fresbestas were there. Most of the hollows that she was governing were most likely there. Hence why I just believe that Grim was not involved in that incident because he was not there.
So can you remind me at that point, like, so to me
So-
it's not that important. Was Grimjaw, was it stated that he was away? Like,
He was
with
away.
Kisuke?
He was not with Kisuke. He was away. He was
Like,
not. He
does
was
it
not at Las
say that?
Noches. He was not there. He just happened to come by. They were getting attacked by Killgate, and he saved them. That's it. And remember, he had his sword on Kisuke's neck. He wasn't allying with them. He was wondering what the fuck was going on.
So if that's the case, that's the assumption that he wasn't there when the invasion happened. But couldn't it just mean that he was there but he fled?
So okay, before we go any further, I'll just ask like Scar like what he believes, then I'll just go off that, because it's just, if we go, because I don't think we're gonna reach that that agreement.
At the end of the day, we don't know. We actually just don't know.
We don't know,
right?
but like the most likely scenario is, especially seeing that Yuha dominated Las Noches.
I'm telling you, like, you can't just think of it as one way, right? Because there can be many different scenarios.
What would make you think that Grimmjow would stay at Las Noches?
I mean, there's still strong hollows right there.
Not really. Not that would interest them, especially if Holly's governing. And if Holly and Grim, no, like think about it. If Holly and Grim came to an agreement to not fuck with each other, why would he stick around?
Well, how do we know that actually ever
like,
happened?
especially even now, like they are like to an agreement of Grimmjow will keep, not do anything too crazy, and I mean he still does his own thing. Like you see Neliel chasing after him when he goes to the human world without permission.
That's after he got put into his place with the Soul Reapers and the Quincy's.
Actually, even that, like he just kind of walked away.
Yeah,
I don't even.
so
I think
we don't
Holly
know,
wasn't even afraid of like.
We don't have any information before like the invasion, right? So
yeah,
these are all
one thing I will let you know is like Grimmjow is still Grimmjow. Like Holly's afraid to like let him be involved in like situations where she's discussing things with Ichibei. He is not allowed to be there because like he opens his mouth when he shouldn't be. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like Holly is aware of like what Grimmjow can do and like the damages he can cause because of the type of character he is. I don't see him like allying with people or like sticking around.
No, I'm not saying as an ally. It's just you need a base somewhere, right?
I would believe that Holly would want to recruit him. Like Holly would like him to cooperate. Like it would make her job easier if Grim would cooperate. But since
that's what I'm saying. These are all speculations, right?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it as like her trying to govern Wakamundo, wouldn't she want the support of Grimmjow, who is again one of the strongest within Wakamundo as well?
Yeah, but at the time, remember, Holly probably has more power than Grimmjow.
But if that's the case, then again, why wouldn't she just force him into submission? She couldn't.
It's right after the Rancor War, right?
Yeah.
It's 3-6. So like, right after, it doesn't really matter. So that's why I think it's more plausible to think Holly doesn't want to fight Grimmjow because Holly being Holly, not just because of the strength.
So
because we know for a fact Holly is stronger than Grimmjow before.
Before, yes. And but right now we're trying to discuss like if that's the case, then why would he want to stick around being ruled by Holly?
No, I mean not necessarily getting ruled by Holly.
No, I mean like that would have to be the scenario because if Holly is governing, he would have to follow what Holly tells him to do.
Town is like a good place for information. Let's say Holly has a government in Las Noches, right? It's an info center. Grimmjow has the access to that. And remember about the Vassalore hunt? You could get information from that. He's not just gonna wanderlessly just, walk the entirety of the desert of Wakamundo, right?
I mean, he's done that before. Like, there's a part of me that's like, Grim would go back to his roots and just wander Wakamundo.
But remember, that took forever. He was just in a Jukas, right?
Like, right now, like, if we consider, like, what he wanted, especially, like, what his request from Kisuke most likely being a rematch with Ichigo, he's been thinking about that.
After the fact, right? You said it yourself. That's after the invasion with Koge coming in. So that's what I'm telling you.
Don't know the situation of before, because like there's even now with Camp Frio World where he's trying to go to the human world and hunt down Ichigo and Neliel trying to stop him, and she can't really do that. Like there's even the statement from Rudaborn, like just let Grimmjow be. It's not as if you can really do anything to like change him, because he's always been himself. Like he doesn't listen to people.
No. I'm not saying he is subjugated under Holly. I've been trying to
Because
tell
like
you.
right
I'm
now
not
we're
saying
trying to
it.
say like
It's more
what
like
are the circumstances
Grimjaw,
that he
to
wasn't
me,
there, right?
It's Grimjaw using Holly's empire. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Holly's just gonna slash subjugate it, because in my eyes, someone strong as the Six Espada can create a lot of damage. Have you seen Death Girl? How much damage capability that has? I don't think Holly would allow that to happen
Hey, sup,
to her
Rooster?
empire. That's what I'm
Um,
trying to tell you about. It's really hard of a case to just say that, this is the only way we can think
no,
about
I mean like
Holly and
it's not the only way. It's just I'm just bringing up the fact that if we're being honest, like what were the reasons as to why Grimjaw wasn't captured? Most likely was not in Las Noches. Like if I'm gonna be honest,
most likely, but potentially he could have just fled.
like fled. Why would he flee? That's not his character. Like
Again, that's what I'm saying, right?
that's what I'm saying. Like Smile, if we actually take Grimjaw's character, he would fight. Like he doesn't care. He doesn't want to be ruled
I mean,
over.
it's either
Especially
he flee or he gets let go.
the
It's either
only
or. It doesn't really
person,
matter what it is.
the only person who I feel
The
like
person
Grimjaw.
who was there was Yuha.
No, listen to me. The only person I'm trying to say who could have put it like the same way with Aizen is Yuha. Like I'm trying to tell you, Aizen forced him under submission. The only other character who I feel like had that much spiritual pressure would have actually taken action would be Yuha, but he didn't because he was focused on Holly. He beat Holly, he was done.
Grimjaw? How about we take it this way? Grimjaw does not want to be subjugated again. He sees Yuha. He knows instinctively he's not matched with him. He flees. Why is that not a case? No, you highly believe that is not the case. You always say that. However,
but I do want to ask Scar, because like Grimm's character, he doesn't like, just like with Aizen, except he's weaker than Aizen, does not, he believes himself to be the king and wants to be above everyone. But
yeah, but he definitely knows his place against Aizen, right?
Yeah, but there is that part of me that's like, he's not afraid of Yuha because he hasn't experienced that fear from Yuha. He wasn't in front of Yuha. He didn't get decked by Yuha. There was no servitor that decked him.
You know, we talked about how instinct is a big thing with Grimjaw, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what's not there is to
like,
Yuha about how
I mean, there's again like one of the only reasons I can think as to why those points can't be brought up now is because Grimjaw wasn't there. He was not there when they invaded.
So that's why I was asking you, right? Is there a statement saying that he wasn't there? That's why I was asking you.
He just showed up. He just showed up all. So here's the thing: if we no, like look at it like this: if he's not in Las Noches being controlled by the Quincy's, if he wasn't with Neliel, if he wasn't with Ichigo's crew, he was out on his own. He was just gone. Why is that so hard to believe? Like I don't understand why that would be hard to believe.
I gave you a counter argument about how Grimjaw still could, based on Las Noches, and anything can go from there. It's not just that he wasn't
actually
there.
like even Camp for Your Own World. Like I don't even think he has a place in Las Noches to stay in. Like he used to.
No, not in it. It could be just around it. Doesn't really matter.
When you say around it, I mean you could say. So if we go with like,
day, Las Noches right now is Halibel's empire, right?
Yes.
So Empire has information about troubles in Huecamundo.
Because like,
what does Grimjaw want? He wants a strong opponents in Huecamundo to fight for him to get stronger.
But
what is the most efficient way to get that information?
He could still do that with traveling back and forth, like on his travels, returning and getting info. Yes.
In the wide fucking desert of Huecamundo?
Do you see how visible Las Noches is? Do you see how visible Las Noches is? Even when Ichigo and crew were like 3 days away.
I'm talking about Huecamundo.
Yes.
Do you know how big that desert is?
Yes, I am fully aware of how big that desert is.
You're telling me Grimjaw
these are hollows that endlessly have wandered.
Pinpoint. Like he's gonna find that needle in the hay, like stupidly like that. Wow, you're underestimating Grimjaw a lot more I thought.
The way you said that is like.
No, it's very true because he's not a non-intelligent being like before.
Like, I'm gonna
he's
be like,
not a beast like before.
No. The thing is, Smile, when the Quincy's invaded, it wasn't just a one-day thing. They've been there for a while. Like you're telling me Grimjaw.
So I'm saying, you're asking me, right? I wasn't prepared for this, but asking me for scenarios, and I'm giving you scenarios.
And
it's just that you can't believe it, but it's quite possible.
No, I mean like if You're telling me Grimjow is in Las Noches. What are the chances that the Quincy's just let him do what he wants?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Yuha wanted to make example out of the most strong one. Halibel could be it. That's what I started.
Do you remember what happened to the rest? Okay, just to make sure you remember. Do you remember what happened to the other Arancars?
And you are trying to misdirect it somehow? Well, like,
not
you
misdirecting
have not been anything I said.
Smile. I'm trying to like work with you here. So, do you remember what happened to the rest of the Arancars that the Quincy's were in charge of because Yuha didn't want to deal with them?
Off, but Grimjaw has the ability to run away.
From like, it's just, that's kind of hard to believe. Like, you have to understand that.
Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between hard to believe and possibility, right?
No, because like,
but,
in that worst case...
So I am giving you a scenario, right? I'm talking about a scenario. There could be other scenario that I'm not coming up with, but there are other possibilities. It's not just that one way you thought there is no way Grimjaw would have been in Las Noches. Yeah, as simple as that.
I don't know. It's just like knowing Yuha's army, what they did to the Arancars. Grimjaw, most likely not, especially if Yuha's not involved. If he's just fighting the other Quincy's, he would have fought them. That didn't happen. Why the fuck would he?
With Yuha there, I can really just imagine him retreating.
I really can't. Like.
So you think Grimjaw would just fight to the death?
Well, let's be honest. If Aizen really wanted to, he could have killed all the Arancars, especially someone like Baragon.
Aizen's caliber, he's gonna just charge.
I mean, there's also that part of me like Yuha didn't even kill Halibel. He just kind of kept her chained up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He made an example.
Yep.
To all of Wiccamundo,
and then
right?
the other Arancars, he kind of just started executing if they caught him.
So what if Yuha, right? Let's say, we don't know, Grimjaw did fight Yuha, but Yuha wasn't interested because Halibel was more interesting. See, fanfic, right? We don't know what happened. That's what I've been saying. It is really hard to say.
I'm just looking at it like the most likely scenario.
Saying, I don't know if... So you're saying he wasn't at Las Noches. I'm asking you, is there proof? And you're saying, I feel like, I think. There is no proof.
You know this is Kubo, right?
I could also counter with, I think, I feel like.
Like,
do you understand?
It's just going with the most likely scenario. It's...
Well, most likely scenario for you and I are quite different, right?
Exactly.
Which means it is debatable. Because there is no definitive proof.
Like,
I know this.
The worst
annoying,
thing being like,
what I'm trying to teach you is that what you were trying to say.
I heard what you said. It's just more of like what I just want. Like what I'm just trying to say here is just like when I express my viewpoints, it's just the counters you come up with are just I don't believe them. Like it's just in Grimjow's character, I cannot believe him. Knowing Grimjow's character, I just can't believe that.
So same thing goes to Kenny, right? The things I said about Kenny, you're like, I don't think he would do that. Versus Grimjaw is like, so to me, Grimjaw is more complicated, right? In the mindset, he's not just charge, attack, just fight the strong.
Grimjaw is the crazy motherfucker who just, like, he has to be put down a peg, like someone like Aizen. Like, even then, he still doesn't listen. You gotta understand.
He doesn't listen, but he doesn't go full out of his way, right?
Like, he's not going to be stupid enough to challenge Aizen. So there's that part of me that can somewhat believe that he ran away from Yuha. But seeing how he was talking to Ichigo and getting prepared to invade the Vandenreich, or like the freaking top of the Soul Palace, he did not know what Yuha looked like or did not know of Yuha. Like, he just... Which leads me to believe he never interacted with Yuha. He never sensed Yuha.
Grimjaw saw Yuha?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, like on top of the palace.
When he went to the palace, you gotta remember, this dude thought he could just walk in there and start fighting everybody. And we knew what Yuha and the crew was. That wasn't the case, but Yuha did not know of them. I mean, not Yuha. Grimjaw did not.
Grimjaw was seeing Yuha right there because I don't remember that interaction at all.
No, Grimjaw did not see Yuha.
So you like what I've been trying to tell you is just when you say what I think, what I feel like, I could also say what I think and what I feel like. So I just wanted you to say something That definitely said. You said it yourself. He's not there. Why is he not there? You can't give me anything.
Like,
so what I'm trying to tell you is that we should probably move on because, I mean, honestly, what is there to talk about now? It's gonna be just back and forth.
I think it's kind of BS, but if you guys want Holly above Grim, it's just like
no, that's not what I've been trying to tell you.
Dude, that's what it feels like. Like, it's just like, I'm not trying to be like not listening on Holly's side of things. It's just more of like,
no, it's not Holly. It's more like the Grim situation, right? Like, I don't want the proof to just be like, I feel like or I think, because that's just completely in our heads, right?
No, because like I reread Bleach like so many times. It's like there's no like I want Grim to be showcased, but with the way Kubo writes things, it's like there is no definitive answer. There's none. I know. There's only fan interpretations, and you have to go based off the best answer. You can't just like, well, you have to go based off like the best guess at this point in time. It's like the
best answer is the wrong answer, man.
Like, if it is, then I accept that I was wrong. Like, that's all you can do.
So you're not taking any responsibility in the meantime.
I just said I am wrong. I'm not saying, holy shit, guys, he didn't give us the answer sooner. I just accept that I was wrong.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? If that's the case.
Like, right now, based on what I've seen, it's like Kubo wants to showcase Grimmjow, but he hasn't had enough time. And what we have...
right? He shafted him.
Like,
that's the truth, right? He shafted him.
Like, yet, like in my head, I'm like, I can see Kubo being like, at the very least, I can give him one more shot at Askin, and like give one scene to Grimmjow fans and be done, because he didn't have enough time to write anything else. Like that's how I see like Grimmjow. Because in my head, like I think it's kind of weird that Askin got off like that, but it was still kind of cool to see like his heart get ripped out, but. It was still disappointing to see, like
the surface level, right? If you look closely to it, Grimmjow really didn't do shit.
Yeah,
that's the conclusion.
That's just Kubo trying to please Grimmjow fans, but that's not what we wanted. And for Kubo, yes, he would have liked to have done more, but he couldn't. Then the novels come out.
Grimmjow was always the character, right, between the surviving Espadas, with the highest potential of growth, just because he was a rival to Ichigo. However. Like, if you tell me, did he surpass Halibel? Like,
dude, do you know how painful it is for me to say that Renji can clap Grimmjow? You think I want to, like, you think I'm simping for Grimmjow? Fuck no. I accept that Grimmjow would lose to certain characters that I
didn't say anything
not
like
you.
this.
Like, Kurama's like, I'm just being a Grim simp. I'm like, if I was a Grim simp, trust me, I would be saying some ridiculous shit right now for Grim, but Grim is not even comparable to Renji, which kind of sucks. Which means, like, at this current point in time, he's not going to do shit in the Hell Arc either.
Zyle clapped Renji, which means Zyle's stronger than Grim.
Like, you kind of see what I'm saying. It's like, shit, like, Grimmjow ain't shit no more. Like, what the fuck?
But at the end of the day, it's because Zyle is in Hell, and Hell is apparently superior to
Zyle is stronger than Grimmjow, if we're being honest. Like, that's why it's... What is, like, at this current point in time, because we're looking at 1,000-Year Blood War, right? Or a little bit after, before, like, the Hell shit was happening. Because we can't really go into the Hell stuff because we don't know what Zyle can really do. But we can only assume that he's stronger than Grimmjow, right? At this point in time, because he was able to freaking... I mean, you can argue that Renji was kind of caught off guard protecting Ichika. But, yeah, he was freaking... Renji couldn't do shit. He had to get saved by Ichigo. So, if we're looking at it right now, it's like... With that, I'm not gonna say Zyle is stronger because I'm not including Hell shit. Yeah, Grimmjow has just been... Yeah, he's weaker than Renji, most likely weaker than Rukia, which... Geez, remember when he freaking drilled Rukia, like... And now he gets one-shotted by Rukia, like... There hasn't been a growth shown with Grimmjow that I would like, but there has been enough showing that he is stronger than what he was, which I like.
Yeah, there is no doubt. He is stronger than before.
But and like you said,
like
you said, he has the highest potential to grow. Between now the does. But the problem is,
and I did agree with you that he probably did grow the most out of them.
The problem is trying to prove that he is superior to Halibel. But the problem, like for me, I can't give you anything aside from what has been shown by the Was
Yeah,
it the
so I know it's
Durara author?
frustrating. That's why I was trying to work with. Do you know if this was the case, right? Like I know we don't have the material on me because I'm actually looking up the what we've been talking about, and I'm just like looking at it.
Yep.
So it's just a hard thing, right? Because we have to go off of what's given to us.
Like there were like some new things introduced, like people saying that Neliel can put Grimjow into submission, which is like no. Rudaborn like freaking counter that, like no, Grimjow just does whatever he wants. Like you can't really stop him. Like Nell can't control Grimjow like people believe. Hallibel wise, it's not as though Grimjow.
Well, to me, that is more like just because Grimjaw is not at Human World right away. So yes, Ruderborn is saying that, but something is preventing him. So we don't know what it is, and it's most likely
because think about it,
right?
Neliel is very protective of Ichigo, and Grim going to the human world to fucking find Ichigo is like, what the fuck? I'll kick your ass if you touch Ichigo. Like that's the kind of like, that's how I view Nell. Like she will kill Grimjow if he tries to interrupt Ichigo's, like, say if he threatened Ichigo's like family again, like the way he took Orihime hostage and forced a fight between them. If he did some shit like that, I'm pretty sure Nell would interfere, in my opinion. But Grim, I think he is a little bit controlling himself, and that's why Hallibel and Neliel haven't had like that.
Like he grew as a person. He grew as a person.
Yeah, he isn't having to deal with Holly and Neliel by fighting them, because his actions aren't that extreme, and he isn't interested in Holly and Nell to fight them. I don't know if it's because he is like buddy with them or not, but to an extent, he doesn't harm them. Like he's not looking like you said, they're both strong, right? Grimjow should be hunting strong opponents, but for some reason he doesn't bother to, kill either one of the two.
Going back, I'm just opening up Thousand Year Blood War, the manga up, because one thing did bother me. Grimjow did not go up with Ichigo and Hime facing Yuha.
No, not going up with Ichigo. No, when they were going up to the Soul Palace, not going up to fight Yuha and Hime. Going up to the Soul Palace.
Grimjaw was introduced right before then.
Remember when?
I'm looking at it right now. So
yeah.
Grimjaw got introduced. Grimjaw just met Ichigo, right?
Yep.
It's that panel. The next panel is the Neliel trying to like Ichigo, and the smack talk between Neliel and Grimjaw. Continue. And the cube elevator is operational, and Grimjaw is like, if there is no Wekamundo, where can I fight you, Ichigo, right? And then it goes to Yuha's pain, right? A panel. And yeah, Grimjaw just stays down to fight Askin. So Grimjaw does not show any hostility or acknowledgement of Yuha.
He doesn't know of Yuha.
No, it's more like he could be just not saying anything. He knows of Yuha, definitely, because the war's going on, right? He knows what Yuha's doing.
When I say like he doesn't know of Yuha, I mean like in the same context of like
Wekamundo, where would I fight you, right? He wouldn't say that.
When I say like he doesn't know of Yuha, I'm thinking like the way Aizen put Grimjow into submission.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Like,
because like those two, Aizen and Yuha are very comparable, like without a doubt.
No. So Yulik, what I'm trying to say, before you said when Grimjaw came out and tried to go off the Soul Palace, he was all ready to fight Yuha, right? And I was like, I don't remember that. Now I go to the manga and I look at it. He knows of Yuha. He's not willing to fight him. He's gonna go and take care of Askin. So what I talked about potentially still goes through, potentially.
But then there's also that other potential of Askin being the first opponent that Grimjow sees and goes after.
No, that's not it. That's literally not it. He literally departed with Ichigo. Like at the elevator.
No,
Ichigo
what I'm trying to say is that is the first person that he saw.
No.
Is that not the first person that Grimjow saw? Think about that for a second. Is that not the first? Askin was not the first person that Grimjow saw.
No, the thing is, right?
So no, look at it from my point of view. Was that not the first person that he saw? Askin. Just look at it from my point of view. Don't be smile for a second. Look at it from another Bleach fan point of view. Is Grimjow?
Are you telling me to lower my intelligence just to look at this?
No, sure, yes, do that. Do that. No, do that. No, do that. No, I'm not gonna even take offense. Do that for a second, because I feel like you're overthinking this. Do that.
So, what about it?
So, why would Grimjow not finish off Askin first before moving on to the next opponent?
Well, the thing is, they planned this, right? With Kisuke?
look at it like Grimmjow highly underestimated Askin. He got dropped by Askin by a stupid ability. Grimmjow was not expecting any of this. Like,
No,
think
remember,
about it.
he came in with the group. Like, he came from Garganta,
Yep.
meet up with the group, right? And disbanded.
Yep.
And basically, you know how Kisuke prepared for this with Nelly L? I'm also assuming it was Grimmjow, right?
Nope.
Because
Grimmjow doesn't listen. The only thing Grimmjow cared about, let me remind you, is fighting Ichigo. And from what I'm pretty sure the agreement was, as long as Grimmjow killed the other side, that deal would be met. Grimmjow does not care about like the plans that Kisuke comes up with. Let's be honest.
Between these panels, there is nothing about Grimmjow that says that.
No, I mean, do you honestly think that Grimmjow was following?
No, okay, so like, I don't want to do this. I feel like again. I'm going with the manga panel.
Do you believe on those panels that he was following Kisuke's plans, like getting dropped like that?
Yeah, because before, right? We seen Grimmjow like arm and bottom half of his bottom of his neck, like hinting that Grimmjow was with Hime and Chad, right? Assuming Kisuke at the same time. So they were planning this, and they literally went and looked at Askin, and Kisuke started fighting Askin. Well, Grimmjow first. Well, you get what I'm saying, right? And Grimmjow gets clapped. Kisuke comes and all that.
As much as I like Kisuke and I like his speech of like being 10,000 steps ahead, like a lot,
so
like especially when those chapters.
I could also believe, yes, Grimmjow could be acting as Grimmjow, but I could also believe, right?
No,
Kisuke did plan this scenario.
Like there's nothing
Grimmjow.
that was shown that Grimmjow is willing to work with them. He's
but like nothing was shown. So before this war, right? It was hinted that Grimmjow was with like our group of people. It's just that he wasn't shown with the face. So there was definitely something going around with the back, right?
I also highly doubt that Kisuke was able to come up with a plan while being in Hueco Mundo for the elites. That's kind of like too far out there, saying Kisuke's genius is like that far superior than everybody else. Like, yes, he.
No. I mean, it's like a vague scenario, right? It doesn't have to be specifically.
I can imagine when he got up there, he was able to come up with a plan, not like when he was in Hueco Mundo and able to come up with a plan for Askin.
So the thing is, right? So another scenario I could come up with is that again he could be just using Grim, meeting Askin.
So again,
he could have cooperated with Nelly.
It says Grim acting on his own, right?
However, right? The fact that they met up and they knew of each other for this war, so they were all prepared for the war, right? And doing this. And yeah, I think Kisuke could have just used Grim being Grim.
Which, again, still kind of just shows that Grim does not know about Yuha. He just kind of went for Askin because Askin was the first person he saw.
No, he knows about Yuha, definitely. Do you know why I say that?
Sure.
Because he knows that Hueco Mundo will disappear. He heard what is going on, most likely.
Yeah. Because, like...
Grimmjow never met up with Yuha.
There's that part of me that's like... Grimmjow is the type of character that needs to be...
What I'm trying to tell you is that my scenario still can go through. So I'm telling you, there's a lot of possibilities in it. It's not just mine, right?
Like
I'm just saying some random tree of possibility.
My possibility with Grim is like, he's more like, to me, the character he displays is he needs to get punished in order for it to get through to his fucking head. Like, especially when it comes to...
That's exactly what my point is. It's just Schrodinger's cat, right? Your point, my point, no definitive proof. And I was telling you there is no definitive proof.
Like, I just kind of want to go with the... Because, like,
yeah, you want to go
your
with
opinion
it,
still stands. Like, I'm just trying to, like, point out my...
So my opinion is something that I came up in the spot, right? I just have to verify if this was the case or not. But that's what I'm trying to teach you about arguments. You can't just say, I feel like, I think. Because like, at the end of the day, we have to go with the proven text, right?
So you got to understand, like, this is Kubo's work. This is something that isn't giving us complete answers. So when I say I feel like, and this is like when I give up, I'm not saying, because when I say those are my personal opinions, not saying that this is the answer, because ultimately this is my list, right? It's just more of what answers can I give? If they can be countered, they can be countered. I'm not saying that they're the definite answers. This is just how I feel at the moment. Everything can change in the future, especially with, you know, Style, especially being at B rank. He could potentially surpass Ulquiorra because of the Hell arc. But at this point in time, I just look at what I see and I just kind of give off my opinion. It's not saying that these are the answers. It's just how I feel. Like, yes, it may tick you off, but that's just how I present it. You know, it might not be.
I was more like trying to enunciate what I had to say because it felt like it wasn't going through you.
No, I understood where you're coming from. It's just like, for me, like for Grim fans especially, because you keep saying it, a lot of people want to wank off Grim and like put him above Holly and Nell. But
like even I said before, I used to think Grim was the strongest because bias of him participating Thousand Year Blood War and Camp Your Own World. But if you look closely at what's given to us, he's not all that, you know? And there is no evidence of him ever reaching Hallibell other than the talks, right? But talks at the end of the day were very vague about everything at the same time. It wasn't shown or anything. It was more like, hey, they talk about it.
But for a lot of people, that's enough, right? Because until like that answer is given, that's what they want to follow. Like, that's just how it is sometimes. That's why I was kind of like, when you don't want to use the Kenpachi statement, for a lot of people, that is more than enough.
Yeah, so for a lot of people, Yami is Cerro Espada, hence he is the strongest Espada of them all.
Like, your statement, you even said it yourself. It might just be because of his spiritual pressure, which isn't wrong technically. It's still true. If he has the highest amount of spiritual pressure.
He was getting beat around by Kenpachi.
Yes, yeah. But you said it yourself. He may not know how to control that power.
I'm giving it to you, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm giving it to you. And my inference is, and what the data book states, is that he has the most spiritual power.
Yep. But he doesn't know how to control it. Hence why he...
Yeah, that's literally it. And from what we've seen from the past of Yami and Ulquiorra interaction, Ulquiorra always critiquing about his technique, you know, you can hypothesize from that, right? Say Yami's still not good at it, considering even though he has all these spiritual pressure, like he can't take a cut from Kenny or Byak or Punch.
Again,
it's ridiculous.
Ul critiqued him, you critiqued him. I look at Yami as a joke. Don't think he deserves number 0. You know, like, but there's that part of me that's like Aizen. Like, if you look at Aizen, right? He gave the number 0 to what's his name again? Cien? Like, Silaparo when he was fused with his brother. That makes sense, like why that dude is 0, because the fact that it was, like you said, that there was somebody overseeing all the fights within Hueco Mundo and, you know, freaking Karakura and everything, and for some reason he was still being compared to VL, who I don't know if you believe VL was stronger than Baragon, VL Ichigo, but for me, right, that is significant. Like, that beats Yami. Like, VL is, in my opinion, stronger than Yami, 100%. There is no way that this dude is surviving. If Cien is that strong, then he would be the strongest on this list. But for a lot of people, if Cien is 0 and he got replaced by Yami, Yami would be comparable, right?
Well, technically, no. He wasn't replaced by Yami. It's more like Zyle gave up the position. We don't know when Yami came to be.
Well, Yami would be 1, right? If that's the case. But we don't, like you said.
No. So what I'm telling you is that when Zyle was 0, Yami might have not even been there. Makes sense?
Makes sense. But the VL argument, I mean, I don't know how VL would stack to Grimmjow and Holly and Nell. Pretty sure he would still dominate all 3 of them. Ulquiorra still being at the top of this list so far, like, which I still agree with, and he couldn't even beat VL. Now, I just kind of want to go to the next part, which is Baragon, and I don't know, like, sadly, I don't want to give up the spot, like, Ulk's spot, but I kind of have to. Baragon, so, like, now is the strongest. I don't know how you feel about that. For me, hacks-wise, yes, he has shown that hacks-wise he is above all the other Espadas. At the very least, the ones that we have shown off right now. There's nobody else on this list that can counter. Unless you want to say
So the
Ulk.
problem with Ulk
Unless you want to say,
versus Varagon is speed doesn't matter, right?
yeah, speed does not matter.
And Ulk's biggest thing is either close combat or lance throwing in that form. And either one probably does not work.
Lance throwing, I feel like Baragon can dodge. I don't like. You remember Baragon can slow down time, like in his
Yeah,
base
that's the
form.
thing. Like even with like a close range blast, right? He could survive.
Yeah,
Second,
like
I can still imagine it's not doing anything.
unless sadly Ulquiorra's lance is not instant. Like remember, like it has like an arc, like an arrow, like travels very slow. So I don't see Baragon not being able to dodge it. 2, Baragon can most likely age it as well, same way that he did with Soifon's Bankai. I don't know if you want to argue that one. It's kind of like there's no argument for that one. Unless we're saying that Ulquiorra's lance is far superior than Soifon's Bankai, which I don't think is really the case. They might be very. I mean, yes, it's stronger, but not by a big significant amount that it would make a difference for Baragon.
Even Soifon's projectile attack, the missile, right? She needed help to trap Baragon in.
Yeah.
In order to actually hit it.
But in that situation,
Ulk does not have anything with that, you know?
Yeah, Ulk can't really place him in one spot. So it's like, I know a lot of people want to put Ulk above, like Ulk is number 1. Like that's what I was saying earlier. Like when Grave was coming in here saying like, oh, like Aizen's ranking stays. I'm like, no. Like, have you seen Baragon, bro? Like, he's been underestimated, which is kind of the funny thing here. Even to the current date, I don't think any Espada, Grimmjow, Halibel, Nell surpassed him.
So if it wasn't for Hachigen, I don't even know if Tetsai could do it either. But like only Hachigen was able to pull this off just because of the dimensional teleportation putting inside Baragon's body kind of bullshit. So
well, they are Keto Masters, and I would imagine Tetsai being at the very least relevant. It wasn't Tetsai the head. Hachigen was the sub, right?
Was the head, but Hachi is a Visor.
Yeah, I would assume Tetsai could do the same. But there's nothing in Ulk's kit that could do that. Same thing with like the rest of the Espadas. None of them have any dimension port. They can't teleport any piece of Baragon inside of him. Durability wise, I mean, is he fragile? Like he doesn't really get hit unless like, you know, Hachigen situation. Some outside, like if there's more than one opponent and he gets caught off guard, maybe like Soifon's blast did get to him, like a little crack in his skull. But I don't, if Ulk is by himself, same thing with the rest of these Espadas, 1v1s, he's coming out on top, surprisingly. So that one can't really be argued too much. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, so far there's not really much that Ulk could do.
Because like there's nothing in Thousand Year Blood War that would show that Nell, Grimmjow, or Halibel could withstand Respira. Ulquiorra being debatable. I don't know like what his Senguda Tapa does to him in terms of like Ryatsu defense. Like you remember, because like if spiritual pressure, if he is strong enough, he could counter it, but like how do we compare Baragon to VL? Like I feel like VL could settle blast through Respira, but I don't know if he could like touch it and like survive it. He has higher
the blast from what we know of him in Baragon.
Yeah. The other scenario being that both regenerative abilities would allow them to cut off pieces that do get affected by Respira and regenerating, but Ulquiorra's regeneration does not match VL's. So it's kind of like...
So the thing with Respira, right? The fact that he can catch up to Soifon, it's kind of pretty big in my opinion.
Yeah. Are we saying Soifon is faster than Ulk in
No,
VL?
But the thing is, Respira can just go everywhere, right? So he could literally use it as a barrier around him. So that's why I'm saying if they want to kill Baragon, speed doesn't matter.
Do you remember when Ichigo launched a Getsuga Tensho on the first resurrection of Ulquiorra, and Ulquiorra didn't even like he just used Reiatsu to block it? Do you think something like that could come in handy for him, or? Nah.
Well, so constantly? See, that's what I was talking about, Nelia protecting herself potentially with the strength, right? But like, we haven't seen anybody do that like that, right? Especially with
Yeah.
Respira.
Well, Soul Reaper's different than Arankar's, right? I don't know how
Yeah,
Ook
yeah,
did that with the
exactly.
whole like not moving. Like the Getsugo was just going around him. He didn't move an inch. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but I was just wondering like if Respira could be viewed as like a projectile attack like Getsuga Tensho, could he just stand there and like have it avoid him?
But the thing with Respira, right, with Hachigen's Keto, Hachigen tried to block it with Keto, but he literally says Keto's age as well. You think Ketos are eternal, so even I don't think they can keep up that barrier forever.
Yeah. So nothing really helping Ook or anybody else on this list to evade that. Sadly. Unless
I mean,
you
don't get me wrong. Combat capability wise, Ook is greater. It's just that Hax is greater on Baragon's end. I think
yeah.
that's what it is.
The dude, I mean, I didn't even, until I went back and watched the fight, I didn't even know he could slow down time. Like, Baragon does have some, aging is where I thought it stopped at, but he does have some other stuff in his kit.
So rotting is just part of aging, which
Yeah.
is aging is really
Did he
slowing
show
down
off?
movement.
Did he show off Seto's? I know he can use like Seto Escudas and everything, but he doesn't really show them off, does he?
He showed it with his axe. Like he blasted with his axe, like in
Okay.
his human form. But that's about it. He did a little Sero Splash.
Personality wise, he seems like the type like arrogance.
He's an arrogant motherfucker. That's
Yeah,
literally
like-
what he's about.
I'm just like, can Ook take advantage of that? Probably not. I mean, the hacks. There's nothing in Oak's kit that can really stop that hacks. Soifone really couldn't do shit either until Hachigen got there. We're not allowing outside help in this situation, so 1v1 wise, sadly Ook is not winning this, and that kind of like destroys the whole thing of like Ook potentially being Espada 0 or like the strongest Espada. That's not the case. He is like, I do love Ulquiorra more than the rest of these guys, but there's nothing that he's displayed, or there's nothing even hinted that he could have potentially surpassed all the other Espadas. Yes, he did not know, like, his Segunda Etapa was not mastered, but again, I feel like Kubo would have dropped a hint that potentially, with how much Ulquiorra is loved, if he would have been able to achieve that #1 spot. I don't think that's the case. But, I mean, I'm not really sad about it. I mean, I knew Baragon was fucking hacks. I mean, it's not like I'm not fucking butthurt about it. He's not my favorite Espada. I don't care for Baragon, but his ability is bullshit. I will say that. It's fucking bullshit.
So again, I think the only thing would be the lands blasting away Respira enough. But that's about it. Other than that, I don't see anything else.
He would have to spam it like constantly, which he can keep making them, but can he fire them in like quick succession constantly? And also assuming that Baragon would stand still, which I highly doubt.
I wonder if Ulquiorra ever tried to do a suicide attack where he does it 0 distance,
Like
carrying the lance
VL,
with him.
like the VL, like how VL like stomped on Ulquiorra's head and just released his arrow.
Yeah, but like how, what is it? Ulk really didn't explode it there and then, right? He just like,
Yeah.
used it as a weapon.
Remember, he even said he doesn't want to release it at close distance, so most likely not.
I mean, the destruction is there with that lance,
Yeah,
so.
but like remember, like he's implying that he would also take damage if he was to release it
Yeah.
point blank. He does have, remember, he has regeneration and he still does not want to risk it. The blast is powerful, but is it powerful enough to like,
So
get
I
Baragon?
think he's just not. To me, I think he has regeneration, right? I think he might have not tested it, like to that extent,
Yeah.
and he's probably afraid of hurting his vital organ while exploding.
Well, we saw what happened like with VL, right? Well, VL Cero is superior because it was able to destroy the top of the canopy. I don't know how you feel about that. Like that Ichigo Cero is superior to the Lance.
Probably. But the thing with Ichigo Cero is that when it explodes, right? We haven't seen.
Oh
we
wait, no,
haven't
I'm
seen
stupid.
that
I'm
much of
stupid. I'm
this
stupid. I'm
coming
stupid.
along.
So his lance did not hit the top of the canopy. It went off
Yeah,
in
it's
the
just the
distance.
land.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So that's why it looks like a fucking nuke. So that's
yeah,
why I was like, the Sarah only hit like close distance. It doesn't go far and compared to the lance. So yeah, that's like debatable part, but I'm guessing it has enough like killing blow to take out Ulquiorra. So
yeah. So far for me, I don't mind. I don't really care that. I want to say Ulk is stronger, but there's nothing really shown there. So Bargon above Ulk, no issues there with you. Anybody else want to
he
make a
is the
comment?
king of Mundo. Lol.
I would like to hear a Ulk simp come over here and try to tell me that Bargon is weaker, but I don't think any Ulquiorra fans are that stupid, to be honest. I hope they're not. Holy crap.
You're underestimating Bleach fans.
Holy shit. But Stark! This one's debatable. Actually,
So when
I'm just
I
gonna
say
put him where I
he
feel like he
is
should be.
I feel he's weaker than Ulk.
So I don't know if you see where I put him, but I think that is a fair assumption as to where he should go.
Because like we've seen his soul, like the wolf going boom thing, right?
Yep.
We've seen the quick succession of Ceros. We've seen his combat capability. It doesn't impress me compared to Ulk. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, yes, he is
So
stronger than the first resurrection.
let's just name off some of the impressive stuff that he's done. So Stark is the only Espada that became an Arrancar naturally, which cool. He was able to split a portion of his soul to create another soul, which was Lynette. The only other people that have been able to do that are Yuha and Kenny. Dope. He's fast. Like, he was able to outspeed Kenpachi and Ichigo, but at that point in time, they were both damaged. But a lot of people like to bring that up because they are two big powerhouses, technically, especially Kenpachi. Even in his weakened state, people feel as though he did show that he was able to notice Stark, and he still was not fast enough to stop Stark. So I don't know how you feel of that, like, if that's a noticeable feat in terms of speed.
So
Like
the problem with that is Shunsui keeping up with Stark. That's the problem part for me.
Shunsui. So there were times where Shunsui thought he got the drop on Stark, but Stark was able to outmaneuver him. But that was the beginning of the fight.
There is also the point where Shunsui was using shadow moves a lot. So there's that too, but I don't know, from what we've seen of VL versus Zulk, I don't get the same magnitude of strength from Stark.
There's also that argument of like the distance that Stark was able to go from capturing Orihime back to Aizen within that short period of time. Still don't think it's that impressive considering what Bleach characters can do. Because you thought how long it took Ichigo to get there? Like to that canopy?
We've seen something very similar, which is Shunsui carrying them now when they're fighting Yamamoto, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how that compares at all.
But it's not like the same distance though, because we actually get to see Ichigo attempt to go there, right? Whereas Shunsui, he kind of just dropped her somewhere and then came back.
Yeah, but apparently it was like a great enough distance for Yamamoto to actually notice. But I'm pretty sure Stark went further and speedier. Yeah. But the fact is that Shunsui still can't keep up with him, especially with sword slashes. Remember, like the two-hand shit?
Yep.
Like how they were like praising each other and playing around. That's why it's kind of hard to see Stark at Ulk's like fight.
I'm not saying that he is at Ulk's level, but in terms of like looking at his speed, those are like the noticeable ones. And Shunsui's not slow. Like, remember, like they were.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's not slow, but like compared to Ulk.
Yeah, and Shunsui's not known for his speed. I can imagine him being faster than Bankai Ichigo. Not faster than not faster than VL, obviously. VL was even able to like what's it called? Ulquiorra's Pesquisa, he was able to maneuver around that. He was fast enough to like move, like get past Ulquiorra's Pesquisa, which is for him, like Ulquiorra, that was very noticeable. Because there is no big difference between Sonido and Flash Step, right?
Not that we know of.
Yeah, so it's just different names and technique. Yeah. So I don't know if you would assume that's because VL was just far superior in speed to Ulquiorra, hence why Ulquiorra couldn't sense him with Pesquisa.
So that's another thing with Stark, right? Like, even though he's a speedy character, he turns into a ranged weapon user. Like in his resurrection.
Range to back to swords. Energy swords.
Yeah,
lightsabers.
but mostly range as in... So his trump cards are mostly his guns and his wolves, right?
Yeah.
His swords are there for sword fighting, but at the end of the day, that's what he does. Which is, not gonna lie, kind of a letdown.
I guess we can both agree he is slower than Ulk. Like, he hasn't really shown anything to be faster than Ulk. He is faster than Baragon, but that's not really saying much, to be honest.
Baragon doesn't need speed, is the problem.
Yeah, and the Espadas that, you know, like Grimjow and Nelia and Halibel, I still feel like he's superior to them. Especially with the feat of like creating his own soul. He had enough Ryatsu to do that. To me, that is significant. I don't know about you, because there are only few characters that can do that. I know he's faster than them.
It is true, but at the same time, Stark-wise, that is his ability, right? Like, as in, it is his actual known release ability. Like, he can separate his soul to create these wolf drones, like Lilinet based. Yeah.
But I'm considering this before, like, he got the Zanpakuto from the Hogyoku and everything. Because Lilinet was his partner, and he created her.
So, yeah, I'm trying to say, like, it's his ability.
Yeah,
like,
that's just what he was. Yeah, that's just what he's natural with. And to have that much spiritual pressure, like, hence why he's able to fire off all those Ceros. Even though, like, I know you don't look at it as impressive. It's impressive in, like...
No, it is impressive, but will it do significant damage to Ulk and Baragon?
Yeah.
That's the questionable part, right?
So, Ulquiorra-wise and Baragon, not really. Every other Espada, yes, in a way.
Like, yeah, if they get bombarded with Zero, yeah, definitely.
Then you got Ulquiorra, who I just feel like can just dodge all of them. Baragon can probably just age everything.
Yeah, Baragon has Vesperia barrier.
Yeah, like he doesn't have to fucking do much. The wolves probably aren't doing shit to either of them either. The wolves would have to come in contact with both of them. Baragon most likely aging the wolves before they can touch them. Ulquiorra most likely dodging the wolves before they can touch them. Close combat wise, I feel like Ulk is superior. Baragon, you can't really come close to him, like with the swords, like that Stark has.
If Stark is faster, then potentially Ulquiorra would not be able to do significant damage to Stark. But it doesn't feel like that, right?
Yeah. And if I don't see Stark doing like internal damage to Ulquiorra at all, if I'm being honest with you. So regeneration wise, you know, that helps Ulquiorra by a lot, to be honest. If say Stark does land a blow, I don't think it's gonna be like at the level of VL where he like damaged his organs. It's probably gonna be like lost an arm or like a little bit of burn damage, and he just freaking regenerates. Done. I don't know if you agree with that or not. Unless you think that Stark can do enough damage to...
Well, Stark hasn't really thrown, like, his trump card, the Wolf Bombs, right? It's not that impressive, like, compared to what we've seen from Baragon and Ulk.
Yeah.
So, offensive capability-wise, yes, he has a lot of AoE, but it doesn't seem as destructive. It's more like he can destroy where he wants to destroy. That's his ability with the soul splitting.
I'm kind of sad.
I know a lot of people just hate Stark.
Like, dude, because I remember Grave coming over here saying that Aizen's ranking is the true ranking. I'm like, but But if these characters were to fight each other, Stark would be at a big disadvantage against the top two right now that we have. Especially Ulquiorra, like, if Stark is sacrificing regeneration for more attack power, and Ulquiorra did not sacrifice any attack power, like, he did not sacrifice regeneration for attack power, Jesus Christ, dude. Imagine Ulq if he took the attack boost, like, holy crap.
So, if Stark was alive and he achieved, you know, like the second resurrection, I'm pretty sure he'll be way more impressive than Ulq. But we never had that, right? So
not just that, but like if he like there, I feel like there's a reason why Kubo gave him that ability to split his soul. There is something with him with that, but I don't know. Like do I feel like that's enough to like put him above Ulquiorra and Baragon? No, because we didn't get to see much of it. Like with Kenny and Yuha's situation, right? They just brought someone to life, but they took. Like, when they absorb them back, their powers boosted dramatically. But Stark is not doing the same thing. Stark is separating himself, but he didn't get an attack boost when him and, that's the resurrection when they both work together. But when Lil and Net disappeared, Stark didn't get the powers back. That's my big issue with that. It's like, whereas Kenny and, like, Yuha, when if Yachiru disappears, or like if any of the Sturmritter dies, they get that power back. Stark didn't, which I'm kind of like, what the fuck? So did Stark get like the short end of the stick with that ability? Like,
no.
I mean, it's significant that he's able to do it, but it's not at the same level of like Kenpachi and Yuha, which kind of sucks. There's a part of me that wants to say Aizen potentially put him at #1 because of that possibility, but it didn't happen. And I can only assume that this is not true. There's nothing that he's displayed that would put him above either Baragon or Ulquiorra. Hell, it can even be argued that Halibel and Grimjaw could be stronger than him at this point in time, but, you know, lack of evidence. Stark still...
to me, right, like, I can see Stark going against Askin, right, by himself. Yep. I can't see Grimjaw going against Askin because we've seen he can't go against Askin. So...
Well, I feel like Askin would adapt faster to Stark because Seros, I feel like if he took enough damage, he just freaking lethal dosage, adapts to it, done.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's not that. Like, the fact that the lethal dosage, for some reason, doesn't work against the resurrection forms, which is, I thought it was weird, right?
Yeah.
And Stark seems superior to what Grim is now. Like... It's the same thing with like gut feeling with Ulquiorra fight versus like what we're comparing to Stark. I don't know.
I like Stark's character. I mean, I like him, but speed wise, I don't see him being superior to Ulquiorra. Power wise, he could potentially be better than Baragon, but Baragon is hacks. Ulquiorra displayed something superior to his Seros, so I don't know if you disagree with those.
Yeah, his lance.
Like the lance. Seto Escudas, I don't know if you want to compare Seto Escudas that Ulquiorra has been using to any of Stark's Seros.
The question would be Seto Escudas, right? We haven't seen any other ones use it.
That's even currently in the manga, it's like Grim is not using it, Halibel's not using it. I think Ichigo can use it, but Ichigo hasn't used it either. What the fuck? It's an impressive, like, I know it's superior to the Ground Ray Zero, but they're not using it, which I'm like, what the fuck?
So that makes me want to believe that it does take a lot to shoot it, even though it's like really good move, right?
Yeah.
So
well, I can believe under Aizen's orders they weren't using it below the canopy, but these guys are not even in the freaking Las Noches anymore. They left to fight in Karakura Town. I don't know if Aizen gave them a direct order to not do that.
The reason why I would say that is because if you look at that lance, right? That seems extremely impressive compared to like what others have displayed.
Yeah.
And could just constantly fire. That leads me to believe that he has a lot of juice in him. So maybe that's why he's able to constantly just use Seto Escudas like nothing.
Hey, what's up, Rukia? So, I mean, he's able to fire those lance constantly, so it's... You know. Stark, I want to say he has like higher spiritual pressure, but I don't know if we can even say that.
Like, if you tell me, right, Stark has one good thing, that will be like, he will be able to destroy so much area so quick. He's like Uryu's case, right? Like the mosquito, the hollow destroyer thing, like
Yep.
the mosquito spray. It feels like that on Stark. He could do that with like Zero, is it Metro Zeta? Like the Zero meteor thing? He could destroy like an area instantly.
Yeah. Problem is,
That doesn't work on strong opponents.
yeah, like Shunsui is able to dodge it. Like say it, I see it being good in like an army situation, but in
Yeah,
a
like
1v1
army of
situation,
pieces, right? They will be dead.
yeah, like if he was like in like remember like he was destroying hordes of hollows like nothing. Like that, yeah, that makes sense. Like an ability like that coming in handy. But in a 1v1 situation, Stark does not have much, which kind of sucks. Whereas Ulquiorra
Only
and Baragon
thing-
do.
Only thing is the Soul Wolves. That was okay, but that's not as impressive as Baragon's Hex or Ulquiorra's overall.
Yeah. I mean, disappointing, but
That was still
he's
cool.
he's
at the
still a
end of
cool
the day.
character. Like I love his resurrection design. I love the like. I don't like the dual blading. I would have preferred him to stick to the guns. To be honest, I hated when he fucking brought out the swords. I thought that was fucking dumb. Because you know me, I like Gundam Wing. I like the freaking twin pistol thing he was doing, and then he switched to the wolves and the swords, and he was starting to lose. And it's like, what the fuck? I know. I want to bring up that he was fighting 3 captain level Shinigamis. There's that as opposed to like Halibel, who was fighting 1 captain and 2 lieutenant level Shinigamis. Sloifon was fighting Baragon was fighting 1 captain and like 1 person from the Keto Corps and a lieutenant. So Stark had the stronger opponents, basically, right? I don't know if you want to say that made him look less impressive.
So here's the thing with that though. Like Stark had the stronger opponent. Baragon's jokes until Hachigen did what he did.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't really matter as much. Halibel is just, yeah, she was just holding her ground. That was about.
Well, she wasn't stressing about it, either of them. It was just Aizen was the one who had the finishing blow on her, which kind of sucked.
Yeah.
So there was like that belief that she could have beaten Toshiro and Lisa and Hiyori. She wasn't weaker than them. I don't know if people agree with that. I feel like she could have beaten them. Stark wise, he couldn't beat them. He couldn't beat. Well, they're captain level Shinigami, but yeah, I don't think he could have been able to beat Rose. Oh shit. I don't think he could have been able to beat Rose, Love, or Shinsui because there was no outside interference. Where Baragon,
Okay?
I sneeze.
Okay.
I sneeze. Like my nose hurt. My bad.
Okay, it's fine. I was like, you okay there?
I'm dying. But
Okay.
you kind of see that Baragon was bested by himself. Halibel was bested by Aizen. Shunsui bested Stark. He was the one that landed the finishing blow. I don't know how you feel
So
about
not
that.
gonna lie, that was impressive on Shunsui. Was Stark depressed at that point?
Stark
forget.
was stressing that Lilith was not responding. Like she disappeared.
Oh,
Remember?
okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you want to say that affected the outcome of the fight.
I mean, mentality is quite important in these shonen.
Because I think it was Love and Rose that destroyed all the walls, and then she stopped responding.
I mean, those are pieces of his souls.
Yeah. So, sad day. So, I mean, who's to say that Ulquiorra and Baragon can't do the same thing, right? I mean, Ulquiorra can just nuke those wolves and, she could disappear again. Same thing with Baragon. He can just spear all those wolves and then boom. Same situation. His mentality is affected. He loses the fight.
Also, yeah, the thing with Ulk and Baragon, their mentality cannot go down. Like from what we've seen of them, right? Baragon is too arrogant of a bitch. And Ulquiorra is always calm.
He feels nothing. Stark is lonely. I think Stark got the worst aspect of death. I'm gonna be honest. Or possibly Noitora. It's between him and Noitora. Like, wait, what was Zomari's? I forget.
Zomari love? Wait, is it love? I forget.
No, Silopro is lust.
Espada, Asparagus. La la la. You gonna have this.
Stark was lonely.
Zomari
Bargon
intoxication.
What?
Intoxication.
Intoxication.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bargon is age. Ulquiorra is not lonely. Nothingness. Stark is lonely. Hallibell's sacrifice. Grimjow's destruction. Noitora's despair. Zomari's intoxication. Who am I forgetting? Silopro is lust.
Considering Ulquiorra showed much more destruction than Grim.
What the fuck? Kubo! Oh my god. I gotta smack this dude. So was it ever stated that those ranks have to like correspond to like, because people also assume that Neliel was sacrificed as well, which I don't know, do you agree with that in terms of aspect of death?
That I'm not too sure, but that would feel weird, right? Because the rank changes.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of curious, like, why Luffy's destruction as well, taking over Grimjaw, but apparently, because I always questioned that, I thought people were wrong about that, but no, Luffy's aspect of death was destruction, which I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I mean, sad. I don't want to put Stark this high on the list, but I really don't have a choice. I'm just kidding.
Want to
I'm just kidding.
Stark this high in the list?
I'm just kidding. Cause like I'm happy Ulquiorra is stronger, but like there's also that part of me that's like I do like Stark better than Bargon. I don't know how you feel about that.
So the next one is Yami, right? Let's put him in B tier at the very bottom.
Damn. So okay, be honest. Who do you see Yami beating on this list?
Yami beating on this list?
Yami can definitely beat Arniero, in my opinion. He can beat Silopro. He can beat Zomari. He can beat Noitora. He can beat Luffy. I think he can beat Nell and Grim. And Holly. I'm just being fair with you.
So not gonna lie. I actually think a little bit opposite. I think
because we already know what he can do. If you don't know what Yami can do, I'll give you a brief explanation. He can blast big Setos, and he's very big, and he can get bigger. That's about it. Oh, he has a lot of Ryatsu too, but he doesn't have regeneration or anything. He's just very, very big. But I do remember like somebody bringing this up. When he transforms, he does fully heal. So there's also that. I guess.
Yeah, he does fully heal. Like all of his cut off parts like became complete normal.
Yep. So there is that. So I'm bringing that up.
You know what's funny though? Like I don't know why. I think Hallibell has the potential to beat him from what I've seen, but it's gonna be hard.
So one of the big things is so like the reason why I'm bringing that up is I feel like Kenny and Byac dropped him immediately. Like you said, it's gonna be hard for Holly to do that, right? And if he continues to get angry, he gets stronger. So it's kind of like if Holly can't drop him immediately, that's gonna be a problem for her.
To me, it's like, are we? So that's the thing. We don't know the limit to the anger thing, right? We only see the monkey form.
Apparently, there is no limit to it. Surprisingly,
the monkey form. Well, that we don't know for sure, but like the monkey form, right? I feel like potentially the current Grimjaw or Holly can beat it. Neliel is just hard to see a case for me right now, just because how she doesn't have a lot of her own ability attack. Like I can see Cascada and like slashing away like the raid battle, right? With Holly, but Melia, I'm not too sure. Grimjaw has Deathguard on. Hopefully it works on Yami. But
So
I
that's the
think
thing. There's one thing I always kind of hated with the Yami situation. We don't know what the finishing blow was, like what finally dropped him. Because
he
like
probably ran out of stamina, if I have to guess.
that's what I'm kind of confused about. It's like Yami has been coming back a lot. Like he comes back a lot, and we don't know what dropped him, which makes it hard to say like what do these Espadas have over him that would drop him? Because like we've seen him tank a lot.
It's weird because at the end of the day, we know that monkey form is what we reached before he got taken out, right? Because that's where he stayed.
Yep.
When he was grumped. Like Byac? I think Kali can do what Byac can do, right? At least.
You think so? So
yeah.
So I know for a fact Ginjo is stronger than both Holly and Grim. And Ginjo only stacks to Yoruichi. I don't know if Byac surpassed Yoruichi. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. But like,
he did receive Royal Guard training though. That's why I'm kind of like you're kind of putting them high up there because that Royal Guard training.
No. So what I'm talking about Byac is not 1000-Year Blood War. I'm talking about
my bad.
Because that's what they faced, right? Like Yami versus Kenny and Byac back in the day.
Yep.
Like I don't think Holly compares to like Royal training Byac. No, that's not the case.
I do think Byac is stronger than Tosh, by the way. That's just my personal opinion. Especially during that time.
At the end of the day, Tosh could not finish Halibel alone. At all.
But I'm just saying, like, Tosh's Bankai, we know what its limit is. Byac, his Bankai, no real limit. Like, if Shunsui was able to beat Stark, I don't doubt that possibly Byac could have been able to do a better job than Tosh, in my opinion.
So for me, I'm trying to look at the cut line of where it would be possible to beat Yami. And I think cut line is SS. Like, I can see Grim, right? Because Yami, at the end of the day, he's very slow. If you move around it, it's like an RPG boss, right? You move around him and do DPS on it. You dodge it, you do DPS on it. And I think Grim definitely has that potential with Deathgaron, right?
Okay.
Same thing with Holly, with smacking, with Cascada and slashing from the side. From Stark, I think it's very obvious. Like, Yami's gonna get floored by fucking Serometerozeta and, like, the Wolf Bombs.
My other question, actually, when you bring that up, defenses, how, Hiedo-wise, how do you think he compares to, like, Noitora? And, like, who has, like, the... Weaker?
Yeah, because, like, Byac Kenny was just constantly doing damage on it, and Kenny wasn't even like being serious with the two-hand, right? Yeah, it was just like slash.
So there are people who bring up like how he was able to tank a Getsuga Tencho to the neck from Ichigo. I don't know how you feel about that.
So it could be that, you know, Yami is built in a way where his vital points are guarded heavily more, but from the looks of it, his fingers and legs were cut off pretty. Not easily, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's just like these two could just do it.
Yeah.
And the whole thing personally, is that you could just feel 100%.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It is kind of sad that Yami, who is claiming to be a spot number 0, was losing to a weakened Byakuya and Kenpachi. Who those two weren't even like paying attention to him at some point. They were fighting amongst each other while Yami was just there looking like a dumbass.
That's why it's like, I think that's the problem with Yami. He's just too big.
And like, that's why I kind of hate people saying that Yami is stronger than most of these Espadas, because yes, he did get that rank, but that rank is most likely due to potential, not necessarily at that moment. For me, that's how I personally feel. Because remember how Ulk kept telling him, like you kept saying this throughout the entire thing, is like Ulk kept trying to tell him he needs to get better at these things, like Pesquisa, these techniques. He hasn't, like, and that's a sad reality of like, yes, he has a lot of power, but he doesn't know how to use that power. It's kind of like, I guess to a sense, like Stark, like he may have like a lot of power, but he didn't know how to like properly use it. Kind of sad, to be honest. I mean, I don't really care for Yami, but if he was able to prove that he was stronger than the rest of the Espadas, like just like with Baragon, I would have put him above the list. It's kind of hard to with what's been presented. I mean, if he's losing to a weakened Byakuya and Kenpachi, how strong do you really think he's gonna be against some of these higher Espadas? For me personally, like say if I put Ulk in that situation fighting both Kenpachi and Byakuya, he would have put up a way better fight. Let's be honest.
Also, another funny thing would be, right? I might have to lower the line to Noitora. Now I think about it.
Any particular reason?
Just because Noitora was doing pretty well against Kenpachi, and he does have that throwing thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking Yami is like a raid boss, and if he can move around it and constantly damage it, like he will go down type of dude, right? Like,
so how do you feel about like one of the big reasons that's like because it's a 2-team, like do you think like Kenny and Byakuya working together kind of makes up for them being damaged?
Yeah, so that's the thing. If these Espadas were on their full strength, right? That's I'm like,
oh
yeah,
wait, I am stupid. I forgot about one other possible scenario. Like Mayuri and Retsu were both there as well.
Yeah, they could have easily healed like a little bit, right? That's
yeah. But again, this was all off screen, so that would just be assumption at that point in time.
Yeah.
And
so
we saw that they were both still, well, at least Kenny was still damaged when he came back to Soul Society. So
you know what's funny? This might be dirty. What if Zomari goes on the back of Yami's head and controls his head and makes him punch himself over and over?
I mean, the zero, like, because he was ranked above like he's weaker than Zomari base form. Like, how big of a boost is he getting to surpass all these Espadas? Like, remember,
well, spiritual pressure wise, he's apparently that much, but like, yeah. But can you imagine Zomari just like shooting on his fucking head?
Why are you hitting yourself? Fucking
yeah,
dumbass.
I can totally imagine that. So, you know what's funny? More I think about it, the lower Yami.
Do you want me?
He dropped the A and by. I'm trying to think how Zao would approach Yami. Imagine.
Zao would most likely. Actually, what is. Maybe. Imagine he made a whole bunch of dupes of Yami. The entire.
I don't think the size, because of the size, I don't think that's quite possible.
So,
like,
he was able to. Well, remember he was able to copy Renji's Bankai, and the only reason he stopped was like it kind of got out of hand to the point like his facility was about to get damaged, hence why he stopped. So I mean,
but imagine having a bunch of Yamis. That's like the problem with it.
Yeah. What other abilities does he have? I don't think he can like make a puppet of him because again the size, right? Rebirth thing, don't know if that would work.
I don't think the thing with Val is that he does lack mobility and he will get targeted by Yami when he attacks. So that's like the problem with him.
There's a potential. Did Sile have poison? I'm trying to remember.
He did not. You're thinking BBS.
No. Like, what's it called? Remember how Mayuri? Oh wait, no, it was Mayuri's poison.
It was Mayuri with the.
And then he gave them the antidote. Because I remember like the antidote that Mayuri gave them. So there's that.
So the funny ranking would be Yami is below Zomari.
So most likely Zomari. Zomari is faster.
But if I'm being if I have to group around like Halibel, Grimjaw, and Neliel, I think he would be between Luffy and Neliel. It's either that or below Zomari.
I'm just trying to find that picture of like these guys saying that Yami is the strongest Espada. All you freaking wankers need to stop. I'm like, what has Yami displayed that would make him number one? Like or not number one, but like the strongest Espada.
But only reason why Grim and Neliel would be winning against Yami is because where they're at in the story, in my opinion.
But I don't even know about Nell because like she hasn't shown anything like in terms of destructive capability.
Yeah. So
unless she's able to absorb Yami's Sero, which do you think she can?
So it's not that what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking more like she is around the level of Grim, right? So I think like her ability, even though she hasn't shown it, I'm pretty sure she can handle around that level of power, in my
Okay,
opinion.
but
That's why I'm cutting to the Nell part.
yeah,
And I think Luffy is weaker than Grimjaw, even though, on the novel they were kind of fighting, but like I think Luffy's still weaker. So
yeah, I still want to come back to it because like that Cero absorption was shown, and Yami's big thing is just a bunch of Ceros. Do you think she can survive against that?
what was the Cero? Was it Dordoni Cero that Nell ate when she was a
No,
child?
and then she ate Noitora's when he fired his.
So
Oh yeah, by the way,
know
some
if there
people
is
say
a-
that some people were saying that Noitora fired a Grand Ray Cero, which I highly doubt because Grand Ray Ceros they
Doesn't
distort
have-
space, like, and plus it's not allowed. And we saw what it does when Grimjaw launches one. It does affect the area in terms of like distorting space. Weirdly, don't know how the fuck that works.
compressed spiritual energy.
Yeah,
That's what.
but yeah, Noitora's did not have the same effect, so no, it wasn't a Grand Ray Cero. It was most likely a regular Cero. Don't know how she would compete against Yami level of Cero.
The thing is, right? Like Neliel was able to still reflect when she's in her kid form.
Yeah.
So I think that's some credit, right? Or credits due.
Okay.
But not just that. I'm just thinking as like a raid boss. Imagine she's in her resurrection and she's like she gets mobility. I'm pretty sure when she's in her centaur form, right? Move around,
She
keep
better.
throwing that fucking lance, or keep firing that Cero around it.
I just don't like the centaur form, if I'm being honest with you.
No, I don't think a lot of people do. I like her regular form a lot
Yeah,
better.
like holy shit. I would want her to get the same stat boost with just being in her base form. Like what the fuck?
So base form will be kind of so you know how Byac and Kenny were just like not even using their Zanpakuto? Well,
Yep.
Byac mostly.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So I could see that with like that level of power if Grim is around that power like level of power. But on top of that with Resurrection, it will be a different story, right? So
Okay. So oddly, I don't want to say
so
oddly.
yeah, for the beam, he's below Zamari. I think Yami's like below like Nell because I think
Dude,
those.
do you know
traits are
I'm
really
looking
up-
at this? I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, he's that fucking low for being 0? What the fuck? Like, not even the benefit of the fucking doubt. Like, we're just putting him behind fucking Nell.
So this is potentially like, can they beat it, right?
So how about
And,
this? How about
well-
this? Before we go any further. So like the top 3 makes sense, but like, do you think Grim before time skip, same thing with Holly and Nell, could have beaten him before time skip?
So that's why I think they could not have.
Okay.
I think it's after Skip. That's why I'm giving them credit for this.
Okay. Is this sad? Should I be sad? Nah, it's like I don't give a shit about Yami. It's just like when I look at those Reddit posts, like people like wanking Yami, I'm like, how are you coming at the Ukiura quote unquote wankers when Yami does not display any impressive feats? Like actually, I can look back at the
I
fights right
think-
now.
The only thing about Yami is just because of the Byac and Kenpachi thing. That's literally the only thing. Other than that, not really, right?
I want to read that manga chapter. I wish I could show it on stream so like we can kind of like look at certain pages of that fight, because like yes, it is kind of sad and not impressive that Yami could not fight a weakened Kenpachi and Byac. So I don't know, we'll just leave it at that. Now we go to the next spot, number 0. Cien. Gratz.
It's either he is between Ulk or Baragon, or he's above Baragon.
I think he's above Argon if the thing would let me do it. There we go. Personally, right? We do know he is at least estimated to be around VL. Which is weird.
Yes.
And for me personally, I don't know if you agree with this. I feel like VL has more than enough destructive power to power through Baragon's Respira, unlike Ukiura. Because remember, VL overpowered Ukiura's Cero Escuras.
Yeah, it did, but like not by that much is the
Yeah.
problem.
Well,
So that's where it. So that's why I was saying it's above or below Baragon is what I was trying to tell you.
okay.
Because it's That's the hard part to talk about, right?
Do you know any abilities on the top of your mind that CN has? Like, I actually, let me actually just look him up real quick.
Yeah, Fian Grants. I thought he was just pure power in the novel because
Yeah.
like they're just yo. Yeah, powers and ability. Yeah, he didn't. He. Yeah, he did.
Resurrection, Sip, the same thing. Greatly in appearance. Special ability, Cian grants him a number of different abilities. Carbon copy, he unleashes mass. Well, I mean, it's the same thing as, yeah.
Yeah,
By
so
grabbing
it's like a stronger version of Zalaflo, basically.
Possession, should he be eaten? Okay. Yeah, it's the same abilities as Silapro. So what makes him... Is it just like he has more spiritual pressure? Like...
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about, like, ability working against if you have more spiritual pressure, right? You get stronger overall in Bleachverse. And Cien was that case.
Haven't read the novel. Sal didn't break free. He was sent to hell. He was an alchemist, experiments on human, his brother. Okay, who's
Yeah,
most often people he captured, brought to Zal, who conducted experiments on them. So there's nothing pretty powerful, but probably not as powerful as the Espadas that came after him. I mean, Sal belonged to an older generation of Espadas, the group Arnero belonged to. So I guess that argument does make sense. But where is the argument of, like, where's the statement where he's compared to VL?
He was compared to by, I think, Roka? I think that was it. I might be mistaken.
So there isn't lists of abilities that are different. As a clone of Silapro Grants, also original Vassalorde form, Cien possessed an immense... She measures potentially even greater than Yami. So it says, so apparently my Yuri states he's potentially stronger than Yami, and then Yami's released form. After regaining his full power, Cien is such to a degree. Wait, what? Hold up. Cien is at such a degree that he could fight even footing with Kenpachi's Raraki, even forcing the Shinigami to take off his eye patch. So apparently Cien forced Kenpachi to take off his eye patch.
Yeah, it was a very powerful being.
Which something Yami possibly could not have done if Kenpachi was healed up, in my opinion.
Also remember, this is after the time, right?
Yeah. Cien said it was powerful enough that Picaro confuses it for Gran Rey Cero. Damn. When Cien has not even activated his resurrection. Okay. Resurrection special ability, carbon copy.
You know, I have to go in like 10 minutes.
Okay. So he can use the same abilities. His Ceros are as strong as a Gran Rey Cero. His destructive capabilities up there with VL. Yeah, I guess that's why he's up there. I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that's like, if he's being scaled to VL, he's superior to Baragon.
So the thing with that fight, right? Ulquiorra versus VL, it was very isolated, and that was a problem with it. We don't know if VL is greater or weaker than the likes of Baragon, right?
Stark, or Stark.
Yeah, Halibo.
Or Halibo, yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing. But it feels like VL is stronger than them, right?
Feels like it. Don't know if it's actually true. So do you think he's superior to Ulquiorra? If his Ceros are being compared to a Gran Rey Cero base form, not even resurrected, that's enough. And plus, he was able to, like you said, like after this whole incident, he was going toe to toe with Kenpachi. I don't know if you're thinking that Ulquiorra is potentially stronger than Kenpachi at this point in time.
It's always potentially, because at this time, what he showed was a little bit above 5, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Just
It's an
Yeah,
educated guess at this point. It's like, what? Everything you've seen right now, like, where would you put him? So, like, it doesn't
same
look as though he got
thing.
anything new compared to like the previous style. He's just more powerful. He's just got a spiritual pressure boost.
Yeah. Only
So
reason why Zal didn't want this is because he didn't like the barbaric nature of his brother. So he
yeah,
cut it off.
I do agree with people saying that if this was a previous generation of Espadas, so if this was a Sal in current rankings, he would have probably been scaled differently. But there are the statements from Mayuri, and you know that those should be taken into account, and also the fact that he's able to go against Kenny also should be brought into account because, like you said, this is after Wikamudo. Um, hmm.
Spirit type, whatever, with you.
So before reading, so I thought he would get some new abilities. I would have to put him behind Baragon because I thought he would gain something new. I'm not seeing anything new. Like I would assume he still needs like his Fracciones to like do the regeneration. He would still need someone to impregnate in order to, you know, reincarnate, stuff like that. I feel like he could overpower Ulquiorra, potentially, but that's just me. You know me, I don't want to put this dude above Ulk, but yeah.
So my thing is like, I don't know if Cien is strong as VL Ichigo. It might have been just Bastalore. So that's just like the confusing part for me. It's
So
been a
it
while.
says right here, like, where is it?
Or
So after regaining, so I actually don't know where that whole he's compared to VL is. It just says he's able to go toe to toe with Kenpachi Zaraki without his eye patch.
I think the statement was like he was a VL, like Bastalore. That's maybe why I'm thinking like that.
Yeah. There is, well, this is Bleach Wiki, so I don't know how much you want to trust it.
Man, I need to reread some of these because it's been a while.
Holy crap. So, all it says, as a clone of Sal Grant's original Vassalorde form, Cien possesses an immense amount of spiritual pressure. Mayuri Kurosuchi measures Cien's Ryatsu as potentially even being greater than Yami's, which, I mean, we kind of figured. After regaining his full power, Cien's spiritual pressure is able, like, he's able to go toe to toe with Kenpachi. I don't know how you feel about that. Like, if that's a greater feat than Ulquiorra versus Ichigo. But yeah, I mean, I think he is stronger than Ulk at the very least. Ulk does not have like hacks abilities. Style does have some hacks abilities. I would assume they're better with the increase in power. So I don't know how you feel about that. May even be potentially able to make copies of Ulquiorra. That would also help him out a lot. He would have a numbers advantage.
Okay, that's what it was. So Cien says to Roka, right? Like, he says if he used either one of their powers, it would have been troublesome to defeat you or erase you. That's what he says as a quote, translation-wise. So either of them means Second Resurrection Ulquiorra or Vassalore or Berserk Ichigo is what he's referring to. That's what it is. So Cien is confident in beating Vasalore Ichigo.
Oh.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's what he said.
Okay. Do you want to take his words to heart? Like, do you want to believe it?
Probably. But then again, this is
I guess the next question would be, would you put him above Bargon? If that's the case?
Yeah. So he has spiritual pressure surpassing Yami. Uryu said Uryu said it. Okay. So Uryu said Hollow-fied Ichigo, right? Like the Berserk mode, what we call VL Ichigo. Uryu is saying that he has the same amount of spiritual pressure as VL Ichigo. Oh, that's weird. So this means that VL has more spiritual pressure than Yami. Oh, I completely forgot about that.
I mean, we kind of figured, right? It's like...
So yeah, VL has more spiritual pressure than Yami. Interesting. But yeah, so Yen is equal to or greater than VL Ichigo.
Would that put him above Baragon, though?
That's the question, right?
I am putting him behind Baragon because personally, it's kind of iffy with me. That's...
Yeah, it's like, but like that's what was said.
Because Ulquiorra is not above Baragon.
But the problem with Tien that I remember is that he has the brain of Xyle with the power of VL. That was the problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can definitely see him outsmarting Baragon.
Yeah. So it just.
But I'll let you be the decision, like, because I'll kind of go with your opinion on this one, because I agree he is stronger than Oak at the very least. Baragon-wise, Baragon is just hacks. I definitely feel like he would be able to manipulate Baragon, but to pass through Baragon's defenses would require a lot. And this would be a 1v1, right? So I don't think outside sources would be let in. Most of his abilities are still just a copy of Xyle. He does have enhanced arrows. He has an enhanced Hierro.
Tien is a fucking tentacle monster. I hate this so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, you love your tentacle monsters. You love your Attack on Titan.
Like, goddamn, Luffy, why are you hunting Rangiku like that? Goddamn. Hello, Scar. How you doing?
You know, I'll let Scar decide. Scar, where do you feel like where do you think like Cien Grant's ranks, like this version of Xyle?
Scar just like chill out. Well, actually, I do have to head out. I'm going to say probably Cien might be stronger than Baragon, but just Baragon hex-wise, we don't know.
We don't know.
I would like to put Cien above Baragon though. Just the thought of smart VL is kind of terrifying.
I mean, VL is not stupid. I mean, we've seen him.
No, but like with the brain of Xyle,
yeah,
that's pretty terrifying.
But I won't keep you. I mean, this is what I'm gonna go with for now. Again, all these can change in the future, but it looks fair at the very least to an extent. Do have my doubts, certain characters on here, but
no, there's so much doubt about this because nothing's definite, but just like around here, I guess.
At the very least, my biggest thing was just Yami. Like, where would Yami stack on this list? I feel like Yami at least got a fair argument here. There's nothing really saying that he's stronger than most of these. And I'm happy with it. I don't know if you're happy with where Yami is.
So, for the meme, I want Yami to be below Zomari, but I don't think that's believable. I just want Zomari to just, like, you know, hypnotize him and just make him punch in the face over and over. I just want to see that.
I want to see it too, but, like, this is what we get. I mean, I want to see, like, he doesn't really have hacks, so it's just, like, he's just a powerhouse, which I'm like, shouldn't really be overestimated just because he just has a lot of Ryatsu. We've seen characters with a lot of Ryatsu get dominated. So, like Kenny, for example. But I guess you got to head out, so I'll just like wrap this up. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun discussing this. Kind of a headache,
Yes, yeah.
though. I think I may have
Well,
gotten.
not for me. I have a whole day ahead of me, so there's that.
Yes. Sorry, Scar, for getting you nauseous. Apparently, Scar got sick. Apparently, watching us.
Aw.
Shit. But you enjoy your day, Smile.
Yes, yes. I guess good night to Yulik and everyone else. I'll see you in the flip the world. Bye bye.
Bye bye. We always want to see more, but so much little time. Yeah, it's like, I do blame Kubo. I will 100% be honest about that. I fucking blame Kubo, dude. Like, holy fucking shit. But I'm satisfied with the list. I mean, it's not like these aren't subject to change. I mean, eventually, like, Kubo might answer some questions, and then, boom, all of a sudden, Grimmjow's the fucking weakest. Like, I'm not, yeah. But, I don't know. Do you guys disagree with anything on here? Scar, you're sick. Go to sleep. I want to hear from Briss. I know Briss wants Holly higher, but, like, bruh, come on. She ain't beating Start. I think the biggest controversial one is this Cien Grants. We haven't seen him animated. We can only go off the novels, and even like some of the novel translations are kind of iffy. Ulk, I'm fine with where he's at. Baragon obviously being hacked. Stark, I don't really doubt him being stronger than Holly. I would like to put Grim a little higher, but you know, that's just me. Nelliel, I kind of question a bit because like, can she actually damage like Yami? Loopy, I don't even know why the fuck he's in S. Motherfucker was able to go toe to toe with Grimmjow. Now he thinks he's all that. Noitora is fair. Zomari I think is fair. Sal I think is fair. Now that I think about it. And you got Arniero, who I think is just utter trash. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know where people are getting Yami is the strongest. Yami definitely is not the strongest, dude. Holy shit. If anything, he's kind of average. Aaron to me is the worst Espada. I always question why Arniero, the YouTuber, like he likes Arniero. Just because they got the same name doesn't necessarily mean that they're fucking good. Like, what the fuck? That's like me saying like if your name was like similar to Loopy's, like you all of a sudden like Loopy. Like, no, that shouldn't be the fucking case. Unless you're a girl and you like the girly type characters, then sure, I guess. To me, I agree with Aaron being the worst. I guess some people would find questionable why Yami's like so far down here. Stark hasn't really displayed anything that would make him stronger than Ulquiorra. I can see a lot of people arguing that potentially Stark being stronger than Ulquiorra, even with Segunda Etapa, because apparently Aizen was aware of Segunda Etapa, but he never really seen it, so he didn't really care for it. I don't know how you guys feel about that whole argument. Like, Aizen was aware of Segunda Etapa, but Ulquiorra's rank was still like 4th Espada. That's where I kind of like draw the line of like, well, why would Aizen like call out good old Ulquiorra like that in front of the Espadas? You would put Nell up 1 tier. I mean, she's... I guess for the sake of it, you know... It's like, these 3 are the last ones standing, so I guess why not? I kind of hate changing it right after Smile's gone, but... The argument just being like... For me, right? She wasn't able to best Noitora. She didn't get a training arc. She's still kind of the same Nell that we saw at Wakamundo. Whereas I feel that Hollybell and Grim could have developed because they were not nerfed. But like, yeah. So if Nell can't train, if Nell can't get stronger, same way that Grim and Holly potentially were, like especially with Holly, like Nelliel just chilling with Dona Chaka and Pesce. Yeah, I mean it's like she's just a kid. Like, but I do see Smile's argument, but it's like it's weird. It's weird. It's kind of like where we agreed to put her. I think she's fine right here. Like, she's above Yami. Like, she's behind Grimmjow, which, I mean, she still would be. Because, like, she's not at, like, shit tier, right? Like, she's not at the bottom. Like, that's all that fucking matters. She's above previous Espada number 0, or just Espada number 0, Yami. She's just not stronger than, you know, even Grim and Holly are not stronger than Cien Grants. See, I haven't heard this dude's name get said in, like, anime, so I'm, like, hesitant. She far from the bottom. Dude, like, I would be surprised if there's an Aron card that's worse than Araniero. Like, dude had such a shitty weakness. He didn't even show off his abilities. Yeah, he was kind of ass. I'm not gonna even lie. Damn, it's kind of sad. Shoot, man. Holy shit, it's midnight. Yeah, I should probably get some sleep, too. But yeah, I mean, this is where the list ends. Let me know what you guys think. It's kind of like... The only questionable one for me is most likely the top ones. I would like to put Grim higher, but I'll put my own bias away for now. I'm okay with... I hate Loopy. I want to put Loopy at B. I'm not going to even lie. Noitora, surprisingly, is a top contender. Like, I mean, he did go from number 8 to number 5, so not surprising there. Zomari kind of just whatever. I mean, he has like a hacks ability in his resurrection, but like his Sonito, he's not as fast as Ulk, Baragon, or no, not Baragon. He's not as fast as Ulk or Stark, in my opinion. Maybe faster than Grimmjow, but again, that's questionable, I guess. Sile could have been better. I mean, we have Cien like Grants. Make trash tier and put Aaron and Loopy there. My next list is just gonna be like worst Bleach characters, I guess. I don't know. Like, if that's what you want me to do, it's like worst Bleach characters. Yes, I would definitely put those two on there. Worst Bleach characters. Who else would I put on that list? Holy fucking crap! Like, literally, Pepe, Sturmitor. What was it? Sturmitor L. Worst characters. Zenosuke. Who else? Like, we already have Loopy, like Yami, Araniero on that list. I would potentially put like some of the like 6th seed or like, you know, anything that's not 3rd seed on there too. Damn, bro, Kensei. You know, I actually fucked with Kensei for a while too. I would put Shinji on that list too, if I'm gonna be honest, like trash tier. Shoot. You know, I'm gonna call it a day. I'll probably do that list like at some point, just like not today, because I need to take a break. This was a 4-hour stream. I'll probably just like take a highlight of like strong points and like just show the final results and then put it as a vid, because this shit was fun. Like, headache, but it was fun. Damn, why Shinji? Because he keeps revealing his ability, bro, and he gets bested. If he would just shut the fuck up, then yes, he would be higher. But that's just me. I mean, you can't lie, bro. Like, he's his own downfall. Like, that is a fact. Shinji is his own downfall. Unless you can prove me wrong. Like, damn, dude. But yeah, ayo, good night, guys. Take it easy. Peace. Let me know if you guys actually enjoyed the list, but if you agree with any of this. But I already got Chris's comments on it, I guess. But yeah, good night, guys. Take it easy. Peace.